Hi everyone, if you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, I'd love to see you join me. And don't forget to like, and let me know what you think in the comments. Bologna, Italy, 5th of January. Ella watched the fire flicker as another cold gust of wind struck the house. The dying embers gave little relief, really, from the terrible cold winter brought. Her dry throat was sore, and her stomach felt like it was on fire. Not the warm kind that fills you with a sense of relief, but the ravenous, hungry fire that ate away at your insides. There was no food at home, and there was nothing much a 9-year-old could do about that. The skies darkened and the clock struck 10. Ella and her father were the only ones that called their place home. Her father, though, still wasn't back home. Sometimes Ella wished he never would be. She was terrified of him, terrified of the monster that the bottles unleashed. All she remembered when thinking of her father was an excruciating pain in her belly, though the memories were strangely foggy. She felt dizzy. She hated the medicine that father put in the food she ate every day. He claimed it was to calm her down, but all she really felt was fatigue with a touch of nausea. But she couldn't go to sleep. Not today. For even when she didn't remember her mother much, she did remember the stories she told her when she was much younger. Particularly the one about the Befana, the groggy old witch that would show up late into the 5th night of January and leave presents for children. Every year she received them, but never had she seen the Befana. Father always forced her to bed before the Befana showed up. But tonight, father didn't seem to be returning home anytime soon. Ella knew he was out drinking with his friends. She knew the raging thing that would walk through that door and grab her by the neck. She knew what the bottles turned father into. The clock struck 12 and the fire died, startling Ella. She ran and hid behind the safety of her bed. She heard something open the chimney from above. Thud. She heard it shuffle down the chimney. Thud. A crouched figure, bathed in the soft moonlight, emerged from the fireplace. Ella had to hold her mouth to stop herself from screaming. The Befana was everything that she thought it would know to be. It appeared barely, vaguely human, but all the proportions were wrong. A human head rested on top of a very elongated spine that stuck out through her clothes, and gray, matted hair flowed down to her knees. She was tall, horrifyingly so, and her arms were still longer than her body. They dragged on the ground as she shuffled away from the fireplace. And the smell, oh the smell, Ella knew she wouldn't. She couldn't forget that smell till she died. A nauseous mixture of festering wounds and burning skin. Ella remembered the part of the tale that described the knot, so pretty things that happened to the children who managed to sneak a glimpse at the Befana. And just as she was about to pretend to be asleep, the tall figure paused. The Befana stood stock still for a moment before turning around and looking right at her. Ella froze, making a sound halfway between a scream and a cry. The Befana began running on 4 legs like an animal, some twisted hellhound, some abomination of a spider, until it was face to face with Ella. The Befana's face appeared to be covered, a metal mask hammered into her face. It raised her hand high and Ella flinched, shaking head to toe. But the blow never came. Opening her eyes, she saw the Befana bring its hand down to hers. She slowly peeked into its hand. Inside the twisted, elongated bones covered in blisters that seemed to heal and burst open again and again, lay a bright blue doll. The last thing Ella remembered before drifting off to sleep was the Befana caressing her face in its arms. Medieval Italy, a soft ray of light slipped its way inside the dingy shack. It fell and dissolved into a tired, sleepy face resting on the windowsill, waking her up. Eyelids fluttered open, revealing icy gray eyes under light eyebrows. She looked around for a bit, fatigued from sleep, and then ran to the next room where her father lay. The old man that lay on the cot was skeletal, unnaturally so. The most striking thing was not, however, the individual bones visible through the skin or the man's pallid figure, but the massive outgrowth from his arm that almost looked like a head had grown on there. Cancer, the worst kind. Seeing her at the doorstep, the man smiled, and even in the terrible state he was in, the smile still lit up the room. "Papa, how are you feeling?" She stood near the man now and could see the strain his body took to even breathe. Chest heaving, every cord in his neck bulging, he moved himself to look up at his daughter. "I think this all will end soon, and I'll finally get to go see the big light in the sky. The cheery smile on his face made the fact hit even harder. Not if I can help it, Papa. I will not let you die. But it takes you a lot of effort to do what you are planning to, my dear. I couldn't ask for that. Save that energy for when someone else needs help, maybe. Absolutely not. Nobody's more important to me than my own father. Now sit up and let me do what I must. She closed her eyes, shut all the other sounds out, and focused on her inner mind. She felt the familiar rustle, the sound of something flowing. She felt the inner wave of energy. Focusing on it, she reached for the bright stream, and then a loud, repeated knock on the door broke her focus, and the energy slipped away. Feeling frustrated and extremely arid, she strode over to the door and slammed it open. 3 people dressed in luxurious clothes stood before her. Perfectly trimmed beards and neat attire. And the crown on their heads, there was no mistaking them. The Magi, the members of the royal guard of the king and queen. Great, just great royalty. The religious kind, and they definitely know about my ability. They seemed to be wrinkling their noses in disgust at the shabby shack and her own tattered attire. She stared back, keeping in check the rising fear in the back of her mind. Just last week was a woman burnt at a stake for the crime of being a witch, and her powers would definitely fall under the Queen's definition of witchcraft. The Magi finally broke the silence. We believe we are looking for Fana. You've come to the right place. What do you want from me, sir? She added as much malice as she could into the last word. She suspected the reason for their unannounced visit. The Magi frowned. We know about your healing powers and what you're capable of. However, Her Highness has, in her infinite kindness, decided to forgive your heretical misadventures if you assist her in the birth of her holy son, which may happen upon us very soon. As much as I'd like to help Her Highness whatever, I have a father who requires urgent and intensive care. It takes me a lot of energy to perform a healing. I'm sorry I cannot help you. Wish you a good day, sir. She tried to close the door, but the Magi caught it, their strength overpowering her own. They smiled hideously, and she decided she couldn't choose what looked worse on their faces, a frown or a smile. You seem to be under the impression that Her Highness is requesting your help. This is no request. Either you help her, after which you can live to your heart's content in her infinite grace, or you can join that charred body over there tomorrow. If they expected Fana to flinch at their stare, they were sorely disappointed. The look of utter disgust that she took startled the Magi, though they did not show her that she had gotten to them. Very well, then. We'll let Her Highness know about the situation. Personally, though, we suspect you'd be lucky if you lived to see the next week. They turned, mounted their horses, adjusted their saddles, and rode off furiously. Fana slammed the door and stormed back inside. She drank some water, then took some for her father. Brushing aside his worried questions, she gave him some water and put him to sleep. The court was filled with a sense of foreboding. The Magi trembled before the 2 thrones. From their occupants came a sense of fury. They seemed to ooze power, royalty through and through. A giant of a man spoke from the silver throne on the left, his voice a deep rumble. Hast thou no honor? Fetching a maiden, a task fit for a lowly peasant, and you still return unattained. Now how shall I face Her Highness in her time of need? Thy shame is a stain on our noble house. Thou shall, a silky, clear tone interrupted the king's tirade. Burn it, by King Joseph turned, his mouth opened wide in shock. A thin, slender hand, pallid and smooth, rose up from the rightmost and golden throne. It clenched into a fist, and luscious curls of hair rolled down onto the floor from the head of the lady sat there. The Magi looked on, horrified, at the queen's unsettling beauty. Queen Mary, do you not think that is a bit too harsh of a measure to burn? Anyone who opposes the holy birth of the son of mine will be eradicated. But this maiden has a natural gift of healing. Maybe if we offer her something, she might. My decision is final, Joseph. Witchcraft and sorcery must not be allowed to exist. Make arrangements for forging the pyromask, or suffer my displeasure. She stood up from her throne of gold, smoothing out her many layers of clothing. Cradling her stomach, she turned to leave. He comes soon. I expect you not to disappoint me, King Joseph. Same goes for you. I expect better next time from the Magi. But King Joseph looked troubled, but convinced nevertheless. The Magi bowed low and exited the massive hall. They had to suppress a shudder. Queen Mary reminded them of a serpent with her silky, smooth accent and pallid complexion. They headed for the royal metallurgist to have made a pyre mask by sundown. The fighting spirit of Fana's father went down like the evening sun that day. The complications began by late noon, with heavy wheezing and a terrible cough. By sundown, there was nothing she could do to help her dear papa. She didn't try to heal him, he begged her not to. It was his time, and he was ready to go. Fana sat there, shattered and sobbing, cradling his body in her arms. She soon drifted off to sleep. She was startled awake by a huge clamor outside her shack. She looked up, and her roof was burning. She reached for the door, and a battering ram knocked her into the air. She flew backwards and crashed in the table from the force. Dazed, she looked around to see smiling faces everywhere, holding torches and pitchforks, even those people she had healed a few weeks back. When a good witch hunt is on the line, people forget gratitude. She stood up slowly and defiantly. The Magi walked in, grabbed her arm, and gently brought her outside. They were pushed aside by the townspeople, who seized Fana's hair and dragged her on the ground. She refused to cry out in pain or fear. I won't give them the satisfaction. She bled out a path from her home to the town center. She could hear hooting and jeering from everywhere. People threw dead mice and other filth at her. She saw the town chieftain's son, whose leg she had healed back together after it was ripped off in the tilling season, approach her and stamp her nose into the ground with the very same leg. She held her deadpan expression throughout. She was thrown onto a table. The royal clergy appeared with the pyre mask, a glorified metal face those burnt as witches had to wear to their afterlife, so that God would send them to hell. They forced the mask on her, tied her down, and pulled out the hammer and the long nails. One by one, they hammered the nails through the mask in her face. One by one, blood spurted forward from each hole. One by one. The crowd cheered for every blow of the hammer into her face. Finally, the mask was on. She could see the crowd cheering at something through narrow slits in the mask. She turned to see the wooden stake being brought to her. Her arms were forced to the sides, and she was tied up to the dry wood. Her hair, once beautiful, now lay caked in her own blood. She had nearly bled out. She could feel herself losing consciousness. Then a voice shouted, Alaya Mejidoijetkinola S. QENN Mar Andy Arson. Hechesho and SS. The crowd bowed down to a slender female figure that walked towards Fana, a bundle of clothes in her hand. A baby, her son. Then her voice of icy cold rang out across the town, captivating the excited townsfolk. Here we are gathered to witness the purification of evil. Raise our voices and our spirits in favor of our Lord, for he shall cast this devil down to hell. Command yourself to be loyal to your new Lord and Savior. She held up the baby for everyone to see. A loud roar rang out through the town. People chanting, screaming, war cries as they witnessed the baby. The baby then looked Fana in the eyes, and Fana gasped in concern. The child had gray eyes exactly like Fana's, and she could feel the flow of energy from the child. She knew, immediately and deep within her heart, this was one who had the same healing powers as her. Her heart went out to the poor soul. She knew what would happen to the baby once it grew up. The queen grabbed a lighted torch. Baby in one hand, the lighted torch in the other, she walked towards the stake and lit it on fire. Pain, waves of pain, pain beyond pain washed over her. She could feel the skin start to cook, the water inside her begin to boil. The heat was overwhelming, and the smoke suffocated her. The metal mask on her face let out a hissing sound as it burned her face alive. The pain, oh the pain, make it stop, please make it stop, oh God. She locked eyes with the infant once again, and something seemed to stir in his eyes. She felt a rush of healing energy flow into her. She felt a presence enter her mind. The voice was comforting, and it spoke two words that roused her from her helplessness. Find me. She dove into the raging river of that energy in her mind, feeling herself drowned in it. It flowed into every pore and every orifice. The fire seemed external now, as if someone was merely tickling her with a feather. Her body began to glow a divine, angelic blue light. Shouts of panic from the crowd just added to her fury. At the crest of the wave of this newfound power, she felt her body twist and transform, arms lengthening, spine extending and her organs squirming inside her as her body fought to regenerate itself from the fire. She tore her arms free from the now crumbling stake and looked around for the divine sun. Queen Mary had abandoned the town at the first sight of trouble. Townspeople ran like headless chickens, frightened at her appearance. She walked up to them, drew herself up to her now extreme height, and swatted them away with her long arms like she would to the flies that annoyed her in summer. She had to find him. She knew the infinite some power within him, knew it was him who saved her from the fire. She took off into the dark woods, never to stop till she found him. As she ran, she heard his voice one last time in her head. It called her name in a single soothing word and faded away. Befana. A solitary tear ran down her metal face as she ran off into the darkness. Present day, when Ella woke up again, she was alone in her bedroom. She thought it all a dream till she turned around to see the little blue doll sitting next to her. Even in the pitch black of the hour past midnight, the doll seemed to be glowing a blue light. She took the doll into her arms and hugged it tight. It felt comforting to her. The front door burst open as her father rushed in the house, spilling his alcohol everywhere. In a drunken rage, he hit his head on the door and in retaliation gave it a kick that just about ripped it off of the hinges. He sat down furiously at the table and downed the rest of his bottle. Looking up, he saw the trail of ashes leading out from the fireplace, and then little Ella watching him fearfully. "Ella, you good-for-nothing creature. Oh, now you've completely messed up, haven't you?" His trembling voice and body betrayed his attempt at a calm tone, and that made it all the more ominous. Ella knew what he was about to do. She stammered out apologies and stumbled back in the bedroom. "Odiso fesio you lighti." The alcoholic threw his empty bottle, and it shattered on her head, piercing her with a shower of glass pieces. The girl cowered at the foot of her bed as he approached. She couldn't see her father behind the red water in eyes or through the fog of bootleg rum. He was lost to the world. "Now you've gone and done it, haven't you?" He kicked her, hard, into the bedpost. The blow connected with her nose, and she fell back, bleeding. He grabbed her by her hair and lifted her up, screaming and kicking. Plain fear etched out every corner of her face as she struggled in pain. He threw her onto the bed and strangled her. He ripped off his shirt, threw it onto her, and started unbuckling his belt. "Have you got no respect for your father? I'll sit over you how you deserve to be punished. You little..." What in the world does that sound? A low rumble had filled the room when he had thrown Ella like a rag doll. He looked around in confusion and then his face paled. Ella turned her face, and through a curtain of red saw the dark figure of the Befana rising up from the dark corner, her glimmering eyes the only thing separating her from the surrounding black. The Befana drew herself up to her towering height and lifted up her long arms. Ella watched as she lurched towards her father. He seemed to be terrified now, trying to bargain with the Befana running at him. "This isn't what it looks like, I swear. Put that thing down, now won't you? My sweet felly." Ella saw her father thrown back into the wall in a spray of blood. He tried to stand up but slipped back down on his own innards. The Befana grabbed him and lifted him up, only to throw him back down in a red mist. He sat down, unable to get up. His lower body had been turned into a pulp. He looked into the Befana's eyes, seemed to smile a little, before the Befana raised her hand again, and his head burst open, painting the wall behind him crimson. Ella felt the effects of the medicine her father had fed her that day, as he did every day, start to fade away. She fought hard to try and stay conscious. The Befana, now covered in blood, didn't seem so huge anymore. She seemed to be shrinking down to about the same height as her father. Her arms looked like they were warped back into normal length, and so did her hair. As the Befana kneeled next to her, Ella reached out with her hand and slowly pulled her metal mask off. She saw someone that looked startlingly similar to her. The Befana seemed no longer gruesome. Ella realized she had the same eyes, the same hair, even the same face shape as her. She looked down at her hands, and the Befana's now smooth-skinned hands were holding something that looked like 2 tubes. The Befana gently tucked her into bed. Ella no longer felt afraid of her. As she finally fell into slumber, a fleeting memory came to her. She remembered a woman just like how the Befana now looked, a woman who she felt a warm glow from before her father had taken her away. She managed to get one last word out before falling unconscious. Mother. T followed GUMNT AXELCV PUFTOFT Pelizia Penitens IRA. Uganuto RZPBLikine ISPNSBLBYLO. Next REI Reap ONTHB Fanon. The Befana is a fictional character that appears throughout Italian folk tales. She is described as a witch like old woman who travels on her broomstick to carry presents to all the children of Italy on the day of Epiphany Eve, the 5th of January. Origin. The tale of Befana speaks of an old witch who provides shelter to the three Magi on their sojourn towards the star. The Magi asks her to join them on their pilgrimage, but she refuses, stating that she had a lot of housework to finish and people to treat. After the Magi leave, however, she seems to have a change of heart and sets off into the night to find baby Jesus. She carries gifts with her as she believes act of generosity to children will get her closer to finding baby Jesus. Commentary. The story seems to have been influenced by the witch trials of the medieval age. Indeed, elements of witchcraft and repentance are present throughout the folktales that mention the Befana. It is currently not known if the story of the Befana refers to one particular personality or has evolved through the successive merging of multiple folktales, as is the custom of most such folklore. The widespread narration of this story is possibly the reason for the outlandish and absurd claims made by the child regarding the events. The minds of children suppress memories of intense trauma, and the psychedelic drugs may have added on to this. True 49 OSCE Shrew. Serial domestic abuse of fire, Rossi adopter am her hallucinogenic administration, battery psychological torture Meritel Estes, divorce Statius, deceased by point-blank shotgun blast of FUR NFORM Edda Un11. The offender, Bren Rossi of 49, was with a biological daughter, Fire Rossi's 9, at a small cabin near Bologna. 2. The accused was a repeat offender and has multiple charges of violent domestic abuse against him. 3. The offender was a severe alcoholic with a history of substance abuse. 4. The issues mentioned in 2 and 3 led to his divorce with his wife, Phyllis Rossi of 4-year. Custody of child was given to the offender on the basis of Feline Rossi lacking a stable income. 5. It is noted that the offender is guilty of severe parental neglect to his daughter, often harming her in alcohol-fueled tantrums. The offender was found dead by multiple shotgun blasts to the face and lower body. His daughter, Fior, who witnessed the murder, claims the involvement of the Befana from folklore and see Annexure I. However, there are unexplainable marks that look like nail scratches, as well as blister fluid collected from the chimney. It is currently unknown who this belongs to. Annexari, Siri Gitar, Uport Nemini Emine, Ofedar, Phyllis Rossi, Niframi AG 40, O54SC, Tro Murder, Bren Rossi is bummed. Double barrel shotgun and Marcos TUS, True divorced Aztecas True. A live in custody fight on INR MF Armenian and 1. The offender broke into the Rossi residence at Zola 7 through the chimney that opened into the fireplace, 2. She gave Fire Rossi her daughter, a blue doll which has subsequently been seized. 3. The offender hid in Fior Ross's bedroom till Bren arrived at the residence. 4. On arrival, Bren Rossi was ambushed by the offender as he attempted to cause injury to their daughter. Bren was shot thrice, in the chest, in the abdomen, and in the head. 5. The witness Fior Rossi, under the influence of the psychedelics, hallucinated Phyllis to be the Befana from Italian folklore as see Annexure I, which is reflected in her witness statement. 6. Phyllis Rossi had been divorced from Bren Rossi due to repeated domestic violence, but failed to gain custody of her daughter due to her unemployment. The motive of the murder was to regain custody of her daughter. Symphilis Rossi is under custody and awaiting trial. Fauer Rossi has been moved to foster care and is being provided with urgent health care. I had consistently experienced a sense of discomfort with the concept of spirituality, a product of my upbringing amidst the desolate landscapes that my home, Spain, had become. I had never resonated with a lot of the stories that were told by people that tried to use various legends to keep their sanity up, unlike my parents who reveled in that. As recounted by my papa, the conflict had wrought unparalleled devastation upon the city, reducing it to an unrecognizable tableau of desolation. The once thriving thoroughfares of Madrid had metamorphosed into a dystopian maze of dilapidation and emptiness, a stark counterpoint to the vibrant tapestry of vitality they once represented. The sole vestige of chromatic presence was the uncanny emerald hue of the bioluminescent moss that adhered to the decayed edifices, which were once the epitome of human constructs. The inescapable reality, however, was that the detonations of war had irrevocably altered not only the physical landscape, but the very essence of humanity itself. As the inhabitants bore the indelible marks of such cataclysmic upheaval, I lived with him in the bowels of the city, in a shelter constructed from the remnants of our former lives. The air was thick with the scent of despair and the faint metallic tang of radiation that had seeped into our very bones. Our abode was a grim testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a place where we held on to the shreds of our past identities. After my mama had passed from the blight of pneumonia, Papa and I only had each other, our memories, and the whispers of a world that had once been. I had grown up understanding how the conflict began. My papa wanted his daughter to be aware of the horrors that had shaped our world. He would sit me down by the flickering light of our makeshift lamp, a contraption of old fairy lights, powered by a dying battery, and tell me about the greed that had led to the war. He spoke of the insatiable hunger for power that had ravaged the earth and left us in this desolate wasteland. He spoke of the Americans, the Russians, the Chinese, all fighting for something so trivial, something that had brought about our end. Europe had become entrenched in conflict, retaliating in aid of our allies, Papa told me, and we became targets of our enemies in return. The two of us had a routine that had become second nature, something that we didn't even think about consciously anymore. Each day, we would venture into the ruins, scavenging for supplies amidst the decay. The silence was our constant companion, only occasionally pierced by the distant howl of the wind or the mournful cries of irradiated animals. Papa was a man of wisdom and spiritual guidance, and when he spoke, his words were filled with meaning, at least to me. He would talk about a lot of things, but one of the things that particularly stood out to me was the time that we had found some solace amongst a group of survivors. This group, whose spirits remained unbroken despite the cataclysmic events that had ravaged the world around them, had established their sanctuary within the crumbling walls of what had once been a majestic cathedral. The grandeur that had once defined this holy place had been reduced to a mere echo of its former self, with the splendor of its arches and the intricacy of its stained glass now lying in ruins, casting a melancholic shadow upon the earth that bore witness to their survival. The very ground we trod upon was a testament to the transient nature of human achievement, the once sacred soil now coated with the remnants of a world that had been consumed by the unquenchable fires of destruction. While I was engaged in the gentle ministrations of a young girl, whom I learned was called Lucia, and had sought refuge in the sanctity of the sacristy, Papa engaged in conversation with what looked to be the leader of the group. This man was of a gaunt and slightly haggard countenance, yet there was a sharpness to his eyes that spoke of a keen intellect and a mind owned by experience. The air about him had been suffused with something that I couldn't quite place, zeal perhaps. It didn't matter at the time. I had my task, the young girl, whose eyes held the depths of a sorrow beyond her years. It was my job to provide her with the comfort she so desperately needed. As I applied antiseptic and bandages to her cut legs and whispered words of reassurance, I had found that I could not help but feel a profound sense of isolation from the discussion that was unfolding between Papa and the leader of this makeshift community. The hushed tones of their conversation permeated the air, carrying with them an urgency that was palpable, even though I was not privy to the exact words being exchanged. "Are you okay?" Lucia had said, her voice small and tremulous, as she sat across from me on her makeshift bed of rag blankets and dusty pillows. Her eyes searched mine, and in that moment, I realized the gravity of her situation, her innocence a stark contrast to the harsh world outside the cathedral walls. This girl, no older than 11 from the look of it, had seen things that no child should have to witness. I had forced a smile and nodded. "I'm fine, Lucia. You stay strong, Cherubin." Once I had finished tending to the young girl's wounds, I had rejoined Papa, who had been waiting outside the cathedral with a solemn expression. He spoke to me in hushed tones, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear and fascination. I had asked him what they'd spoken about, what those hushed tones entailed, to which he simply had replied, "My Hija, do not ever forget the magic that dwells within you. In this world where darkness reigns, we must hold on to the light of hope and belief." I had found the words uncharacteristically cryptic, It was unlike Papa to not give a straight answer, and so I pressed him upon it, but he just squeezed my hand and said, "It is just a piece of advice, Sophia, nothing more." I had wanted to question him further, not satisfied at all, but by this point, the sun had almost disappeared over the horizon, casting a sickly red glow upon the ruins. The time to return to our shelter had arrived, and with it, the promise of darkness that always brought its own set of terrors. And it was much better to walk in silence at this time of day than to lose focus in one's surroundings with an intense conversation. And it was this interaction that had plagued my mind ever since, the mention of magic and belief in a place where such concepts seemed to have been snuffed out by the harsh reality of our existence. I would confront him soon, but I did not know when. I rose one morning, my room in our shack illuminated by a feeble beam of light that pierced through the cracks in the wall. My thoughts remained tangled in the enigma of the leader's words and Papa's cryptic response. The silence of the city was a stark reminder of the solitude we faced, a stark contrast to the days when Madrid had been alive with the vibrant chatter of the living. I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin, and found Papa already waiting, his eyes reflecting the emerging day with an unspoken urgency. The sun was out, and Papa was armed with his crossbow, and so I wagered that this could be a good opportunity to mention what had been plaguing me for weeks. I didn't know what year it was anymore, but I could still tell it was winter, the harshest one yet. The air was so cold, it hurt to breathe, even though we had layered ourselves in the warmest fabrics we had scavenged from the decayed shops and houses. The city was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rumble of something unidentifiable in the distance. Papa had told me yesterday that he believed it was very early January the 4th, making today the 5th. If he was correct, he'd said he knew from how the animals had begun to come out of hiding. He'd never cared this much about dates before, but something had changed in him since our visit to Cathedral. His eyes had a new spark, a hopefulness that had been absent since Mama's passing. I missed her. As we trudged through the streets, I pondered how best to broach the subject without alarming him. Finally, as we approached the edge of our designated scavenging zone, I summoned the courage to ask, "Papa, what did you mean when you talked about the magic and belief in the cathedral?" Papa's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his grip tightening slightly on the crossbow. He took a moment before responding, his breath misting in the frigid air. "Sophia, the world we live in now, it's a harsh place. But sometimes belief can be a powerful force, even more so than the weapons we wield. Papa, please stop being so vague. What are you talking about?" I pleaded, my voice a mix of frustration and fear. His cryptic words had been gnawing at me, and the tension in his body language only served to amplify my unease. He turned to me then, his eyes filled with a determination that I hadn't seen in a long time. "You know about Los Reyes Magos, don't you?" I nodded, recalling the faded stories of my childhood. The three kings, they come on January 6th with Saint Nicholas to leave gifts for children. "But Papa, I don't understand. What does a silly story have to do with?" He raised a hand to silence me. "It's not silly, my hija. In these dire times, people need something to cling to, something to believe in. The group at the cathedral, they've twisted that belief into something else. They think that if we follow their rituals and give offerings, the kings and St. Nicholas will grant us protection from the horrors outside." I scoffed a little, my hand gripping my rucksack tighter. "You don't actually believe that, do you?" The very idea seemed ludicrous. In a world where survival was a daily battle, how could anyone put their faith in the myth of ancient kings and a saint? Papa looked at me, his expression unreadable. "You're too young to understand the desperation that has driven people to these beliefs, Sophia. They've seen things, heard things, that make their hope feel real. And in a place where reality is a nightmare, sometimes hope is all that keeps them going." I frowned. Was my father actually entertaining such an idea? I didn't like how he infantilized me in these kinds of discussions, even if he was right. "Papa, we cannot resort to fairy tales," I protested, the chill of his words seeping into my very bones. He sighed heavily, his eyes never leaving the desolate horizon. "It's not about fairy tales, Sophia. It's about the power of belief. They believe in something greater than this destruction, something that might bring salvation. And I've been thinking, we're struggling out here. Maybe it's time we join up with them." My heart skipped a beat. But what if it's all just a lie? What if it's not? He countered, turning to face me. His eyes searched mine, the hope in them unmistakable. What if there's a chance, however small, that it could be real, that they can protect us? I stared at him, incredulous. The man I knew, the man who had taught me to rely on logic and reason above all else, was speaking of faith and magic. Papa, we've survived on our own for so long. Why should we start believing in this now? He took my hand, his own trembling slightly. Because, Mahija, hope is the most potent weapon we have left. And if joining them gives us a sliver of that hope, then I'm willing to try. I paused, playing with a lock of my black hair, noting the way my breath was visible in front of me in the cold. Papa, is this about Mama? His eyes met mine for a brief instant before they drifted away, seeking refuge in the far corners of the horizon. A profound sigh, one that seemed to carry the burden of his soul with it, escaped his lips. The lines on his face, itched by the years of toil and the ravages of time, grew deeper as he revealed a side of vulnerability I had only caught glimpses of in moments of solitude. Yes, my dear, he conceded with a heaviness that seemed to make the very air thick with emotion, it is partly about her. He paused, allowing the silence to wrap itself around us like a blanket of unspoken grief. The world has transformed since she left us, he continued, his voice a mere whisper as he grappled with the pain that lay just beneath the surface. And I find myself in a place where hope is a commodity that I am desperately seeking to reclaim. The thought that she might be at peace somewhere, that there could be an existence beyond this one for her, for all of us. It's a possibility that I can't help but cling to. The gravity his words bore down on me, and I felt the weight of his sorrow as if it were a tangible force pressing upon my chest. The realization of his desperation was stark and unsettling. My heart swelled with a mix of empathy and concern as I recognized the depth of his longing for the comforting embrace of my mother's presence once again. But, I began. No buts. Sophia. Papa cut me off, his voice firm yet gentle. We've been living in fear and solitude for too long. If these people have found something that gives them strength, that lets them sleep at night, then I want to understand it. I bit my lip. Life, my dear daughter, is fraught with peril and uncertainty, he continued with a melancholic smile that tugged gently at the corners of his lips. Yet, it is fear itself that has often served as our most formidable adversary. When we permit ourselves to be confined and governed by the whispers of trepidation, we are, in essence, allowing our lives to be overshadowed by the specter of what might be. It is akin to conceding defeat before the battle has even begun. He continued, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of years spent navigating the tumultuous journey of existence. I digested his words thoughtfully, though I could not claim to be entirely swayed by his perspective. A lingering sense of doubt clung to me like a persistent shadow, a reminder of the perils that lurked outside the relative safety of our present abode. Yet, I found myself unable to completely dismiss the hope that burned in my father's gaze, a hope that had been kindled by the faintest ember of belief in a future free from the tyranny of fear. We agreed to return to the cathedral the next day, our hearts laden with a mix of hope and trepidation. But for now, we had to focus on the task at hand. The cold was biting, and the scarcity of resources was ever present. We continued our scavenging, but my mind was elsewhere, consumed by the enigmatic words of the cathedral's leader and the haunting prospect of entrusting our fate to ancient myths. It was fruitful, the scavenging trip, more so than any we had undertaken in months. We found a stash of untouched supplies in the basement of a long, abandoned bodega, hidden away in a corner that had somehow evaded the notice of scavengers. It was a treasure trove of canned goods and bottled water, enough to sustain us for weeks if rationed properly. Papa and I trudged on back home, the snowfall getting heavier by the minute. The streets, once bustling with life, were now a canvas of white, the buildings mere shadows in the distance. The silence was so profound, it was eerie. It was only broken by the occasional sound of something scurrying in the ruins, a stark reminder of the mutated creatures that had taken over our world. We hadn't been able to take everything from the bodega with us, so we made a plan to return as soon as we could. The shack was more than a welcome sight after the biting cold had seeped into my very soul. Papa and I worked tirelessly to organize the newfound bounty, the warmth of the fireplace providing a comforting embrace as we unpacked our spoils. Despite the excitement of our discovery, the conversation from the morning lingered heavily in the air, casting a pall over our usually jovial interactions. We didn't speak much at all. We simply just ate in silence, lost in our own thoughts. I knew he was thinking about Mama, about the possibility of a future beyond this desolate landscape. And I was torn between my skepticism and the desperate need for the warmth that belief could offer. The world we knew had been destroyed by the very same kind of belief that had driven nations to war. How could I trust in something so intangible now? Papa retired to bed, leaving me to tend to the fire. Its flickering flames cast eerie shadows on the walls, and I couldn't shake the feeling that our conversation had opened a door to a world I didn't fully understand. Eventually, I could no longer keep my eyes from drooping, and so I extinguished the flames and allowed sleep to finally claim me for the night. The next day dawned with a heaviness that seemed to cling to the very air we breathed. We gathered what we could carry and set out for the cathedral once more, the path we had taken only days before feeling eerily familiar. The city's silence was only punctuated by the crunch of snow beneath our boots, and the occasional gust of wind that whispered through the city like a mournful lament. I had noticed that Papa had not brought a weapon, and when I asked him about it, he mentioned that it was out of a gesture of goodwill towards the people we were attempting to ingratiate ourselves with. I did no such thing, still not fully convinced of this plan. Though I did not tell Papa of this, he'd probably disapprove. The place was different from the last time we visited, more alive with anticipation. Survivors had set up makeshift altars around the cathedral, adorned with what they had salvaged from the wreckage of their past lives. There were candles made from old crayons, twinkling lights from salvaged Christmas decorations, and even a few plastic dolls that had survived the ravages of time. It was both heartwarming and eerie, a testament to the human spirit's capacity to seek beauty in the bleakest of times. Sofia, Pedro, welcome. The leader, Alejandro, greeted us with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. His gaze lingered on our supplies before he stepped aside to let us in. You've come at a perfect time. The night of the arrival of the Three Kings is upon us. Tonight, we prepare our offerings. I did want to speak with you about that, Alejandro, Papa said, his voice steady. We want to join you, potentially. We'd like to understand what it is that you do. Alejandro nodded solemnly, his eyes flickering over to the supplies we had brought with us. Good, he said, for there is much to learn, and little time before the night of the rays. He took a step closer, his breath misting in the cold. But before you commit, you must understand what is at stake. This isn't a simple game of make-believe for the sake of comfort. This is about survival. But you cannot be serious. This is just a story, and besides, you do not even know the date. I interjected, trying to lighten the atmosphere with a chuckle, but it was met with silence. Alejandro's gaze bore into me, his smile fading. The date is not something we can determine with our broken watches or forgotten calendars, but we feel it in our very bones, the way the world seems to hold its breath in anticipation. We know that the 6th is upon us, and it will be a fruitful night. I was in disbelief. This man was truly earnest in his belief in the Three Kings' arrival. I went to speak again, but my father spoke up. What does it entail? Alejandro's smile returned, but it was a knowing one, filled with secrets. It requires faith and sacrifice, he said, pausing for effect, before continuing. The children are in the back preparing the offerings. They leave out food and drink for the Magi and their camels, as is tradition. But there's more to it than that. We followed him through the cathedral, the air thick with the scent of candle wax and desperation. The survivors were all busy, their movements a flurry of activity. Some were crafting gifts from the meager supplies they had, while others were whispering prayers in hushed tones. The atmosphere was charged with an energy that was both comforting and dissuading. To appease the kings, and indeed St. Nicholas himself, we must offer not just material items, but ourselves. You see, we are impure as adults. We are tainted by the sins of the world before. The only pure souls left are the children. Alejandro spoke with a serenity that was as unsettling as the silence outside the cathedral walls. I bit my lip, not wanting to hear another word. I knew exactly where this was heading. I pushed past him, my boots echoing through the cathedral's vast emptiness, towards the back where the children were gathered. They were also young, their eyes wide with hope and fear, their faces smeared with dirt and tears. The knife in my coat pocket was there if I needed it, but I didn't want to escalate things unless I had to, and I didn't want to frighten the children either. Among them, I noticed the girl, the one who had captured my heart the first time we visited Lucia. She looked up at me with a mixture of curiosity and fear. I could see in her eyes that she recognized me. "Listen, you cannot stay here, these people, they want to abandon you," I blurted out, filled with emotion. It was impulsive, but I couldn't stand a moment longer of entertaining their delusions. Lucy looked at me, her eyes wide with confusion, speaking in a hushed whisper. "You don't understand, Sophia. They are not just stories. They are the guardians of the new world, the ones who will bring peace." I shook my head and tugged her firmly. "You cannot stay." Her eyes searched mine, filled with a mix of confusion and sadness. "But why not?" she whispered. "They will protect us. They know what we need." "What is the commotion about?" Papo and Alejandro had caught up to us, their footsteps heavy on the stone floor. The other adults had paused in their preparations, their gazes flicking between us with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Papa, they mean to leave the children alone." Papa's eyes widened with shock. "What are you talking about?" Alejandro stepped in, his tone calm yet firm. "Sophia, it is a misunderstanding. The children are the purest among us. They are the ones who will receive the blessings of the Magi. Their offerings are essential to our survival." I raised my voice, jolting the other children into a nervous silence. "You can't leave them here alone." My words echoed through the cathedral, bouncing off the ancient stone walls. Alejandro's smile never faltered. "It's not a matter of leaving them alone, but rather offering them up to the protection of the Magi." His tone was soothing, but his words sent a shiver down my spine. "The adults must purify themselves through sacrifice to atone for the sins of the old world." My papa was also beginning to understand. "You mean to say that they will be left alone once you atone?" "Yes," Alejandro replied with a nod. "Their purity is our shield. With them as our beacon, the Magi in their head, Saint Nicholas will look upon the rest of the world with mercy." "But why this ritual? Why not God?" I said, desperation lacing my words as I clutched Lucia's arm. "This is madness." Alejandro's smile remained steadfast. "God has abandoned us. No, it is the innocence of children that holds the key, and this time of year is when their purity is at its strongest. We leave them as offerings to the Magi and to Saint Nicholas to show our faith and willingness to start anew." I stared at him in horror, my grip on Lucia tightening. "You're mad," I whispered, my voice shaking. "This isn't faith, it's just cruel." My papa nodded, seeming to finally have been won over by common sense. His yearning for my mother had not completely clouded his judgment. "Sophia is right," he said firmly. "We cannot sacrifice our entire future for a hope that is likely just a fairy tale. Let the children go with their families, Alejandro." The leader's eyes narrowed, his smile fading. "You do not understand the gravity of our situation," he insisted. "The world outside is a wasteland. We need the protection of the Magi. Our way is the only way." "No, it is not. Come on, Lucia," I said firmly. Alejandro sighed and whistled, gesturing to the shadows at the edge of the room. Two burly men emerged, their eyes devoid of emotion. "I am sorry, but you must understand, our faith is not something to be questioned." "Restrain them." Papa and I struggled, and I attempted to retrieve the knife from the depths of my pocket, but I never got to even slip my hand in. They were deceptively quick, and we were no match for their brute strength. They bound our wrists with a coarse rope and pushed us into the corner, the rough stone biting into my back. The children were ushered into a side chamber, out of sight from us. "Let them go," I screamed, trying to wiggle out of the ropes, tears streaming down my cheeks. "They're innocent." We were ignored, with the two burly men watching over us, as everyone commenced their preparations anew. Alejandro had left us there, his earlier warmth replaced by a cold determination that sent shivers down my spine. The candles flickered, casting eerie shadows on the faces of the adults, who moved about the cathedral with a sense of urgency and purpose that was utterly alien to me. I glanced over at Papa, his expression a stormy mix of anger, fear, and regret. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I didn't know. I just want to find a way to keep going." "It isn't your fault, Papa," I whispered, my voice shaking with fear. The realization of what these people were planning was too much to bear. The room was a blur of activity, adults moving with a fervor that was both fascinating and terrifying. The hours dragged on, the tension in the air thick as the shadows grew longer. The adults were readying themselves for their purification. They had donned tattered robes, stitched with what looked like random symbols and patterns. Their eyes were wild with a mix of hope and madness. They set up tables in the middle of the room, piling them high with the supplies we had seen them with, along with their own meager offerings. The children watched from the shadows, wide-eyed and silent. The adults chanted in a language I didn't recognize, their voices rising and falling in an eerie rhythm. The air grew colder, and my teeth chattered despite the warmth of the fireplace. Children's toys, battered board games, and worn-out dolls were placed alongside jars of water and plates of food. As they continued chanting, I saw one of them bring forward a tray of cups, containing a dark liquid, akin to red wine from the look of it, and they began to pass them around, with the two burly men hauling Papa to his feet, seemingly eager for him to join them. I watched with desperation, shouting out as he struggled against the two men, and I stood up trying to aid him, only to be pushed back down. Papa, no. The ritual is almost complete. Now, we offer the first sacrifice to convince the saint and the magi of our willingness to repent. The group leader turned zealot gestured to Papa, and my heart plummeted to my stomach. You can't do this! I yelled, pulling at the ropes with every ounce of strength I had, trying to break free. And they broke, the rope snapping under my desperation. For a few moments, I thought I could save Papa, the children, and escape, rushing forward, only to be met with the cold, unyielding grip of one of the big men who had noticed my advance. He held me back, and despite my thrashing and kicking, swinging wildly with the knife, his arms were like steel bars, and he disarmed me, the blade clattering to the floor. With each of us restrained by one of the men, it was much harder for us to resist now, and I looked to my father, hoping to see resolve in his eyes, a spark that told me he had an escape plan. Instead, his gaze was cast downward, defeated. It was Mama again, I knew it, her ghost in his mind once again reminding him that he had failed his family once before, and now he was about to do it again. Papa was all I managed, my voice croaky from the exertion of struggling. He offered one last struggle as the man holding him forced him to drink and swallow the dark liquid, and it was only now that I could smell the distinct scent of almonds as he choked and spluttered, unable to prevent the big man from making him consume it. Within minutes, he was convulsing, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back in his head. My own cries of despair were muffled by the hand of the other man, who had covered my mouth, his grip tightening as I watched life drain from my father's body. His struggles grew weaker and weaker, until finally, with a last, agonizing breath, he slumped over, lifeless. The room was silent, the only sound the crackling of the fireplace and my muffled sobs. Within seconds of his body being dropped to the ground by the man holding him, a chill began to flow through the room. Growing in intensity, the howling of the winds outside seemed to become deafening, and the church doors swung open, despite being bolted shut. The air crackled with energy, and the candles flickered violently, some even being extinguished by the sudden gust. The adults froze mid-action, their chanting cut off abruptly. The magi are imminent. Do not stop chanting, and drink your own fluid. Alejandro instructed, his eyes wide with fear and excitement as the wind grew stronger. They all drank, and as much as I tried to keep my mouth tightly shut, struggling with the last of my strength, I could not stop the burly man who was holding me in place from forcing the cup to my trembling lips. The liquid was thick and bitter, and the taste of almonds was unmistakable. I coughed and spluttered, falling to my knees as the rest of them began to feel the effects of the poison. Minutes passed, and the intensity of the energy grew, the wind howling like a beast outside the cathedral walls. The candles flickered wildly, casting mechver shadows across the room. I grew weaker as I watched in absolute awe as the wind and snow began to homogenize, the shadows around us coalescing slowly into humanoid forms before us. In a display that seemed to defy the very fabric of reality, the raging elements outside began to meld together in a whirling, chaotic dance. The wind and the snow spun into a frenzied vortex, the individual particles of ice and frost coalescing into a bizarre and disturbing unity. The shadows cast by the frenetic candlelight grew more defined and substantial, their amorphous edges solidifying into the semblance of limbs and torsos. I watched, my eyes wide, a mix of horror and fascination, as the shadows before us began to take on a life of their own. They grew and twisted, reaching out with shadowy fingers that seemed to beckon us into the abyss of darkness from which they had emerged. The air grew colder, heavier with the weight of their unearthly presence, and I could feel my very essence being drawn into the maw of their inky forms. The transformation was gradual, yet inexorable, as if the very fabric of the night itself was weaving these dark creatures into existence. The shadows grew taller, more substantial, their shapes morphing into the unmistakable outlines of humanoid figures. These figures moved with a purpose that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. They circled us slowly, their forms shifting and changing as they drew power from the tempestuous wind and the biting cold of the winter night. Each step they took sent a shiver down my spine, a silent testament to their unspeakable power. Their attire was regal and resplendent, adorned with the finery of a bygone era. They bore the unmistakable visage of the three kings from biblical lore, their majestic presence palpable despite the dire circumstances that had brought us here. And there at the forefront of this spectral assembly stood a figure whose identity was as clear to me as if he had been illuminated by the sun itself. Even in the throes of my weakness, I recognized him without a doubt. It was Saint Nicholas, the revered patron saint of children. Yet here he was, a towering, almost terrifying presence, his eyes ablaze with an energy that seemed to transcend the very boundaries of our world. And it was here, as I began to foam at the mouth, my head against the floor, that I realized why they demanded a sacrifice, why the children were to be spared. We were the old world, the adults, tainted by the sins of the past. The children, they were the future, pure and unblemished by the horrors that had befallen us. The Magi and the Saint were here to claim the new world. I gurgled, my body failing me, and my eyes glanced across to my papa and the rest of the adults who lay dead or dying around me. The two men who had been restraining us had collapsed as well, their forms still on the stone. The children would be safe, I thought as I took one last breath, watching as the spectral figures began to usher the children in their direction, beckoning them with a gentle grace that seemed incongruous with the chaotic scene that surrounded us. They looked at the lifeless forms of their parents, confusion and fear etched into their youthful faces, but did not resist the call of the Magi. The new world would be different for them. It would be good. I had never had Christmas carolers in my neighborhood before. I think it's one of those bygone traditions that have survived more in pop culture than actual practice. I never doubted that people still do it somewhere, sometimes, but I've never seen it happen in person and never really thought much of it. But on the last winter solstice, I finally heard a roving choir outside my window. I don't think that it was mere happenstance that it was on the winter solstice and not Christmas. You probably know that Yuletide celebrations long predate Christianity, and for that matter, they predate the pagan traditions that Christmas is based on. Regardless of their history or accumulated traditions and associations, all wintertime festivals are fundamentally humanistic in nature. When faced with months of cold and darkness and hardship that some of us, and sometimes many of us, wouldn't survive, we have since time immemorial gathered with our loved ones and let them know how much they mean to us, and do what we can to lessen their plight. When faced with famine, we feast. When faced with scarcity, we exchange gifts. We sing in the silence, we make fire in the cold, we decorate in the desolation, and to brighten those longest of nights, we string up the most beautiful lights we can make. It is that ancient, ancestral drive to celebrate the best in us, and to be at our best at this time of year, which explains what I witnessed on that winter solstice. The singing was quiet at first, so quiet that I hardly noticed it or thought anything of it. But as it slowly grew louder and drew closer and closer, I was eventually prompted to look out my window to see what exactly was going on. It wasn't very late, but it was long enough after sunset that twilight had faded and a gentle snow was wafting down from a silver gray sky. The only light came from the street lamps and the Christmas decorations, but that was enough to make out the strange troop of cloaked figures making their way down my street. They weren't dressed in modern winter or formal wear, or costumed as Victorian-era carolers, but completely covered in oversized green and scarlet robes. They were so bulky I couldn't infer anything about who or what was underneath them, and their faces were completely hidden by their cyclopean hoods. "Martin, babe, can you come here and take a look at this?" I shouted to my husband as I grabbed my phone and tried to record what was going on outside. "Keep your voice down. I just put Gigi to bed," he said in a soft tone as he came into the living room. "Is that singing coming from outside?" "Yeah, it's a wassailing or something," I replied. "There's at least a dozen of them out on the street, but they're dressed more like medieval monks and not singing any Christmas carols I've ever heard. Sounds a bit like a Latin liturgy. They're probably from St. Aria's Cathedral. They seem more obsessed than most Catholics with medieval rituals. I don't think it's any cause for concern," he said as he pulled back the curtain and peered out the window. "That doesn't sound like Latin to me. It's too strange and guttural. Lovecraftian, almost," I said. "Okay, this is weird. I can't get my phone to record any of this. It's the new A's they're shoving into everything," Martin said dismissively. "Move fast and break things, right? It's no wonder some people prefer medieval cosplay. According to what I'm sure was a very well-researched viral post on social media, they had more days off than we do." "Martin, I'm being serious. Their chanting is making me feel I don't know, but something about this isn't right," I insisted, my insides churning with dread as I began to feel light-headed. Wassailers don't just walk down a random street unannounced, introduce themselves to no one, and sing eldritch hymns of madness to the starless void. Just get away from the window and make sure the doors are locked. Honey, they're just singing. They're an insular religious sect doing insular religious stuff. It's fine," Martin said. "Well, they shouldn't be doing it on public property. If they don't take this elsewhere, we should call the cops," I claimed. "Oh, if they let those witches from the yoga center or whatever it is do their rituals in the parks and cemeteries, I'm pretty sure they have to let St. Arias do this. Otherwise, it's reverse discrimination or some nonsense," Martin countered. "They're not from St. Arias. They're all good. One of the neighbors is coming out to talk to them. As long as someone's dealing with it." Crouched down as low as I could get, I furtively watched as an older neighbor I recognized, but couldn't name, walked out of his house and authoritatively marched towards the caroling cult. He started ranting about who they thought they were, and if they knew what time it was, and I'm pretty sure he even told them to get off his lawn. But they didn't react to any of it. They just kept on chanting like he wasn't even there. This only made him more irate, and I watched as he got right up into one of their faces. That was a mistake. Whatever he saw there cowed him into silence. With a look of uncomprehending horror plastered on his face, he slowly backed away while clamping his hands over his ears and fervently shaking his head. He only made it a few steps before he dropped to his knees, vomited onto the street, and curled up into a fetal position at the wassailers' feet. None of the wassailers showed the slightest reaction to any of this. "Oh my God!" I shout. "You in?" "I'll call 911, Martin said softly as he stared out the window in shock. The neighbor's wife came running out of the house, screaming desperately as she ran to her husband's side. She shook him violently in a frantic attempt to rouse him, but he was wholly unresponsive. She glanced up briefly at the wassailers, but immediately seemed to dismiss any notion of accosting them or asking them for help, so she started dragging her husband away as best she could. "I'm going to go help them. You call 911, Martin said as he handed me his phone. "No, don't go out there," I shouted. "We don't know what they did to him. They could be dangerous." "They just scared him. He's old. The poor guy's probably having a heart attack," Martin said as he started slipping his shoes and coat on. "Then why aren't they helping him? Why are they still singing?" I demanded. "What's going on?" I heard our young daughter Gigi ask. We both turned to see her standing at the threshold of the living room, obviously awakened by all the commotion. "Nothing, sweetie. Just some visitors making more noise than they should. Go back to sleep," I insisted gently. "I heard singing. Is it for Christmas?" she asked, standing up on her tiptoes and craning her neck to look out the window. "Yes, I think so, but it's just a religious thing. They don't have any candy or presents. Go back to bed. Martin instructed. I still want to see. They're dressed funny and I like their music, she protested. Gidgee. We don't know who these people are or what they're doing here. This isn't a parade or anything like that. I'm going out to investigate, but you need to stay inside with Mommy, Martin said firmly. Understood. Before she could answer, a sudden scream rang out from across the street. Martin burst into action, throwing the door open and running outside, and Giggy went running right after him. Gigi, no. I shouted as I chased after her and my husband. It was already chaos out there. Several other people had tried to confront the wassailers, and ended up in the same petrified condition as the first man. Family and fellow neighbors did their best to help them, and Martin started helping carrying people inside. Don't look at them. Don't look at their faces. Someone screamed. I tried to grab a hold of Gidgee and drag her back in the house, but it was too late. We had both looked into the face of a wassailer and saw that there wasn't one. Their skull was just a cavernous, vacuous, god-shaped hole with a small glowing wisp floating in the center. Their skin was a mottled, rubbery bluish gray, and from the bottom of their cranial orifices. I'm sure that I saw the base of a pair of tentacles slipping down into their robes. It wasn't just their monstrously alien appearance that was so unsettling. It was that looking upon them seemed to grant some sort of heightened insight or clairvoyance, and I immediately understood why they were chanting. Looking up, I saw an incorporeal being descending from the clouds and down upon our neighborhood. It was a mammoth, amorphous blob of quivering ectoplasm, a myriad of uselessly stubby pseudopods ringing its jagged periphery. Its underside was perforated with thousands of uneven pulsating holes, many of which were filled with the same luminous wisps the wassailers bore. But nearly as many were clearly empty, meaning it still had room for more. Before losing all control of my body, I clutched Gidgee to my chest and held her tightly as we fell to the ground together, rocking back and forth as paralyzing. Primal fear overtook us and left us both whimpering, catatonic messes. I tried to keep my daughter from looking up, but as futile as it was, I couldn't resist the urge to gaze upon this horror from some unseen nether had come to bring ruin upon my home. It was drawing nearer and nearer, but since I had no scale to judge its size, couldn't say how close it truly was, other than that it was far too close. All the empty holes were open fully now, ringed rows of teeth glistening like rocks in a tide pool as barb. Rasping tongues began to uncoil and stretch downward to ensnare their freshly immobilized prey. I knew there was nothing I could do to save my daughter, so I just kept holding on to her, determined to protect her for as long as I could, until the very end. No, a commanding voice from among the wassailers rang out. Snapping my head back towards the ground, I watched as multiple sets of spectral tentacles manifested from out of the wassailers' backs. They used them to launch themselves into the air before vanishing completely. An instant later, they rematerialized high above us, weaving back and forth as the prehensile tongues of the creature tried to grab them. It was hard to tell for certain what was happening from so far below, but I think I saw the wassailers stab at the tongues with some manner of bladed weapons, sending pulsating shafts of light down the organs and back into the main body of the entity. The tongues were violently whipped back, and I saw the being begin to quiver, then retch, then cry out in rage and anguish. And then, with barely any warning at all, it exploded. For a moment I thought I was going to drown in this thing's endless viscera, but the outbound splatter rapidly lost cohesion on its descent. I watched it fizzle away into nothing but a gentle blue snow by the time it landed upon me, and even that vanished into nothingness within seconds. One, and only one, of the wassailers reappeared on the ground, seemingly for the purpose of surveying the collateral damage. He slowly swept his head back and forth, passing his gaze over the immobile, but otherwise unharmed bodies of my neighborhood, eventually settling his sight upon me. "You really shouldn't have watched that," he said, but thankfully his tone was more consolatory than condemning. "It was a great galactic goal, if you're wondering. Just a baby one, though." They drift across the plains until drawn into a world rich with sapient life, gorge themselves until there's nothing left, and they're too fat to leave, then die and throw out some spores in the process to start the whole cycle all over again. We lured that one here, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Opportunities to cull their numbers while they're still small enough are rare, and letting it go would likely have meant sentencing at least one world to death. As awful as this may have been for you to witness, please take some solace in the fact that it was for a good cause. I was still in far too much shock to properly react to what he was saying. That had been by far the worst experience of my life, the worst experience of my daughter's life, and he was to blame. How dare he put us through that? How dare he risk not only our lives, but the lives of our entire world, if I was understanding him properly? I should have been livid, I should have been apoplectic, I should have been anything but curious. But I was. Amidst my slowly fading terror, I dimly grasped that he and his fellow wassailers had risked their own lives to slay a world ender, and the cosmos at large was better for it. Why? I managed to stammer, still clutching onto my shell, shocked daughter. Why would you subject yourselves to that to save a world you don't even know? Tea is the season, he replied with a magnanimous nod. I saw him look up as the unmistakable sound of multiple vehicles speeding towards us broke the ghastly silence. That would be the containment team. If you'll excuse me, I have no nose and I must kringle, he said as he mimed placing a long, clawed finger on the bridge of imaginary nose before vanishing in a puff of golden sparkles like Santa Claus. In addition to the police cars and ambulances I would have expected to respond to such a bizarre scenario, there were black limos and SUVs, unmarked SWAT vehicles, and what I can only assume was some sort of mobile laboratory. As the paramedics and police attended to us, paramilitary units and field researchers swarmed over our neighborhood. They trampled across every yard, searched every house, and confiscated anything they deemed necessary. I was hesitant to give an account of what had happened to the police, of course, but they weren't the least bit skeptical. They just told me that was over their heads now, and that I should save my story for the special circumstances provision. After we had been treated, we all gave our accounts to the agents, and they administered some medication that they said would help with the trauma. It was surprisingly effective, and I'm able to look back on what happened with complete detachment, almost like it happened to someone else. My daughter, husband, and most of my other neighbors were affected even more strongly. They either don't remember the incident at all, or think it was some kind of dream. I'm grateful for that, I guess, especially for my daughter, but I don't want to forget what happened. I don't want to forget that on the night I encountered a cosmic horror of unspeakable power, I saw someone stand up to it. Not fellow humans per se, but fellow people. Fellow sapient beings who decided that an uncaring universe was no excuse for being uncaring themselves. And ultimately, that's what the holiday season is all about. Wait a second there. Bill, Hector said with a pointed finger, noticing how those of his guest had gripped the ends of his rocker, and that he had let the embers of his pipe die out. I've got one more for ya. Those words were like a punch in the gut to Willie Davis, who had exhausted the last 3 hours or 4 hours, so going back and forth with Hector O'Neill about all sorts of stuff. It must have started with talks about Jules and how they had both missed her, and that's when Willie suggested breaking out the tobacco. It was a good idea on his part. Hector always had that good, imported stuff from back home, and it gave him time to shed a few silent tears on behalf of, as he called her, the old ball and chain. Hector knew the phrase was a term of endearment and never pried his friend any deeper regarding it, figuring, if he did, it might be like uncorking a drain and releasing the waterworks. Willie and he were a lot of things, but sentimentals weren't one of them. Then somehow, after the smoking began, the pair got onto the topic of ghosts, likely prompted by the lingering taste left by the words that had just left their tongues in regard to Mrs. Davis. Oh, what's this got to do with anything? Willie interrupted about halfway through his first story regarding the headless hound that accompanies the ghost of Sir Geoffrey. It's Christmas Eve for Christ's sake, not Halloween. Hector chuckled grimly. I suppose it is, he said, checking the clock. It was 11:30 then. But you know the song. Scary ghost stories and tales of the glories and that kind of thing. Never stopped Dickens, did it? I'm a far cry from Dickens, Willie said. I don't even know what the Dickens I'm talking about half the time. I believe you're trying to scare the Dickens out of me, Hector chuckled, and with it huffed another lungful from the pipe in his left hand, stoking the fire with the metal poker protruding from his right. All about them was the aromatic smell of warm tobacco and the ever-fading, ever-growing glow of an eerie orange from the walls. The music that got the fire dancing, a rather crackly rendition of What Child Is This? Ever faded too, until the needle flipped to the other side of the record and began on Go Tell It on the Mountain. A quarter of the way into Hector's next story, a rendition of the old Mistletoe Bride legend. The wind began to howl about as loud as a wolf, and something along the side of the house clacked, like something fierce. For the first time in a long one, Hector watched as Willie jumped, and it made him laugh real hard like he was a boy again. What was that? Willie cried. Hector waved his hand. Probably the fence gate, he said. Old thing's been broke since last Christmas. Oh, Willie sighed relieved, gave me the willies. Hector laughed again real throatily. Willie with the willies. Imagine that. Don't have to, Willie said. He was rubbing down his neck hairs that stood on end when Hector dropped the whole Mistletoe Bride thing entirely. But yours is pretty active, I'd imagine. Your imagination, I suppose, Willie replied. Jules kept me young. That she did, Hector agreed, and like that, they had returned to the topic of real ghosts over the imagined ones. The next time Hector checked the clock, it was nearly 1, and Willie's eyes had followed suit. Time had escaped the both of them. The fire was slowly dying, and the second record on the stack was nearly through with Adestus, Fideless. When the song first started, to Willie appeared that Hector had gotten the willies of his own. Well, Willie said, glancing toward the clock once more, Merry Christmas, Hector. As to you, Bill, say, how about some hot cocoa? Willie had already begun to rise from his rocker, and that's when Hector had stopped him with that pointing finger. Wait a second there, Davis. I've got one more for ya. Can't it wait till tomorrow? Tomorrow'll be Christmas. And what? You got something better to do than babysit an Oldwood hour? Hector laughed, but not in his usual carefree manner. His face had also sunken, and despite his usual dusky complexion and the warmth of the firelight was now painted a ghastly white. Willie could tell something was wrong. Something had spooked his host. What's the matter, O'Neill? Nothin'. Willie knew that wasn't true, but didn't want to, as Hector had avoided uncork the drain. Then, couldn't nothing wait until tomorrow? Hector nodded but kept talking. It's just the song, I guess. Willie squinted as he listened more carefully. Come all ye faithful. Hector resumed nodding. Back home it was Adestus Fidelis. Latin's closer to Spanish than English was. So, it reminds you of home, right? Willie nodded. I understand. No, you don't, Hector thought. It reminds me of a story from back home. I want to tell you it, Bill, and I'd love to hear it, Hector. Really, I would. But I'm beat, man. Well, that cocoa's still on the table. I can toss some extra sugar into it. Might keep you up till New Year, though. Willie let out a long sigh. Right then there he knew he wouldn't see his pillow till at least 2. Hector was a great storyteller with a lot of great stories to tell, but brevity was not his strong suit. The man could easily take what to many would have been a brief anecdote. Say it was about your whites turning pink in the wash, which did happen with Hector from time considering all the red socks he'd wear, and turn it into a paperback novel. This better not take till then, Willie finally said after much contemplation. Oh, believe me, Bill, it won't. This one's rather short if truth be told, and that's all I intend to tell. Willie hummed as he gazed into the fire. Hector couldn't tell if the sound was patronizing his promise of principle, or perhaps both. Oh, Chiman Billy, believe me. Won't ya? He reiterated and rose from his seat. That's what this whole story's about. Now. And what's that? Belief. Hector then hobbled his way in the kitchen with a heavy stride, using the fire poker as a sort of crude cane. After a few silent moments, he reemerged with it under his arm and 2 steaming mugs in either hand, lending one to Willie, and resuming his place beside the fire with the other. Willie's read Feliz Navidad, and sported a small cactus with 2 maracas and a mustache, and Hector said, Merry Christmas beside a winking Santa. In Willie's mind, The mugs were a perfect summation of his companion, one part Hispanic, one part American, two parts in poor taste, but always warm and well inviting. "How is it?" Hector asked mid-sip, noticing that Willie hadn't so much as smelled his. He took a nip and clacked his lips with a faint smile. "It's good," he said, looking down into the chalky brown content of the mug and swirling it around. "It's really good, Hector. Thank you." "Thank you," his host nodded. "Don't thank me. Thank Mrs. O'Neill. Since when did you get hitched?" Hector chuckled hoarsely. "My mother. You could say the recipe's something of an heirloom, a family secret." "I thought there were no secrets between us." Willie joked and took another, larger sip. "And that's why I'm telling you a story you've never heard before. Now, when you hear it, you rightfully say, 'How could you keep this one from me, Hector?' You'll reply, 'With difficulty.' Keeping things to myself, as you know, is rather difficult for me, and this tale in particular has been real close to my chest for a long, long time." "You're starting to scare me, Hector," Willie said, sitting up in his rocker and watching the glowing orange create that kind of shadowing on Hector's face you might only see when kids tell ghost stories and put a flashlight under their chin. "And we haven't even gotten to it," Hector replied. "But let me start out by saying that this one's from way back home. It's a Yuletide story, one Haluva mystery and true. They're all true," Willie croaked. "And that's why I started off by saying that this story is one of belief. Sure, it could have been started like that of the Miss Leto Bride or the Headless Dog, just one big game of telephoned in by a real sicko with an active imagination. But couldn't Christmas itself have originated in the same way? Just one long game of cosmic telephone. Sure, there's history to the claim, but even then, there are loads of myths surrounding the Christmas story. I take, for instance, the manger. Probably not in a barn, not even a stable. It was more likely in a cave in a house. And who's to say how many wise men there actually were? We only know there were 3 gifts. What I'm saying, Willie, is that mythology is everywhere, and that somewhere in between both it and skepticism is where the truth often lies. Fundamentally, tonight we celebrate the birth of a child sworn to be God incarnate, somehow fully human and also fully divine, born to die of a virgin, and whose arrival was foretold for thousands of years and heralded by heavenly beings. Christmas may be a joyful season, but it's also a damn sure morbid one. Is this the Catholic school talking or the whiskey? Willie asked. From the very first whiff, he knew their drinks were spiked. Hector chuckled and wet his whistle. Perhaps a bit of both. I assure you, though, Bill, I put very little in yours. Lord knows how sleepy you get when you're drunk. And when you go on your tangents. That's the best booze of 'em all. Hector nodded with a faint, if not ironic, smile and toasted his guest. They drank in unison as the fire between them crackled. Willie finished his sip first. He really wasn't born in a barn. Hector chuckled to himself and shook his head. Nor were there 3 magi, my friend. But the image is cute. Makes for a good card. Willie agreed with a small nod. Ain't that the truth? It is, actually, Hector said. His eyes then danced about the place until they settled back onto Willie, who knew the man well enough to know that he had lost his place and was searching for a way back into the story. Luckily for Willie's sake, it seemed that he found it. Speaking of them, you know about the whole 3 kings thing, don'tcha? The wise men. Yeah, the tradition, though. 3 Kings Day. Wes. Hector nodded. The Epiphany. That's when the wise men show up. And when's that? January 6th. 12 days after Christmas. That's where the whole 12 days of Christmas thing comes from? I see. Willie nodded, finishing off his drink. A bit late, isn't it? Well, it would be if the wise men had actually been there when Christ was born. There's another of those little myths. They came later. Hector nodded. Much later. Try a year or 2. Little baby Jesus was more like little toddler Jesus, Docs. And what's next? You're going to tell me he wasn't white? Hector laughed again and downed his drink with a wag of his head. Why no? I remember hearing about this one Christmas when my old church did a live nativity outside the cathedral with all the animals and everything. Even got themselves a donkey for the Mary to ride on. Shame they didn't cast you in the role. Willie giggled, a sign that Hector's pour was heavier than his footing. You've always been good at making an ass of yourself. The two of them shared a laugh, although Hector's was short-lived. Something even weightier than the whiskey was on his mind. "Get a load of this bill," he said, drawing his guest's attention as he continued to snicker. The church was in Arecibo, right? Real touristy place. In fact, one of the most in Puerto Rico, which means... Willie leaned back in his rocker and bit his lip, which tasted like chocolate. With the poker still gripped in his hand, his host probed at the logs being licked by the flames. They cast moody shapes onto his already darkened skin. A lot of whites. Hector snapped and pointed with a grin from across the room. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the wind continued to whistle. "More whites than not," he said. "And one of them, an old white lady, must have been in her 70s, swore up and down at us that the little Puerto Rican boy playing the infant Jesus was a bastardization of the Christmas story." "Really?" Hector nodded deeply. "Oh, sure happened more than you'd think. You'd be surprised at how often and how easily the truth is exchanged for myth." "That's for damn sure." "Mem. And it's especially true when people don't understand the truth. When they don't understand it, they're afraid of it. And when they're afraid of it, they'll comfort themselves with something else, anything else even if it's not entirely true." Willie nodded and set his mug beside his pipe on the little table next to his rocker. "Lem guessed the next year it was a white Jesus. The next year it didn't exist," Hector said, punctuate as if he had just delivered the punchline to a joke. "What happened? More old white ladies joined the flock." "Actually, yes, but the reason as to why the live nativity was stopped was quite contrary to what you're thinking, Bill. See, the church was actually doing pretty well at that time. More old white ladies, sure, but also just more people in general. It got to the point where they had to move the Christmas festivities inside to accommodate a rye-buddy. I guess they feared the crowd going out into the street. You gotta remember this was a pretty big church in a pretty populated region." Willie nodded. "I see. So it became an indoor nativity. Something like that. Actually, the church went ahead and bought one of those great, big outdoor displays just to make up for the change. I know, the life-sized ones. The indoor thing became more of a pageant. You could say part nativity, part choir show, part handbell performance of the whole 9 yards. Sounds elaborate." Hector nodded deeply. And it was. Drew a big crowd, in fact. Some of them even started to turn up on Sunday morning. So it was a publicity stunt. Well, Hector droned. This was well before the whole Zeker-sensitive stuff. I know. The rock concerts and the big tent revivals that turned church into a circus. I mean, this church in Arecibo was certainly accused of it, but I wouldn't say the Christmas pageant had any kind of sinister underbelly. Actually, it probably helped a lot of people at the time. "And when would that be?" Willie asked. Just as he did, the fire popped in a strange, blue flurry before settling once more. "Oh, a long time ago," Hector said, poking a log. "Most of them are probably dead now. I only know this story because it was told to me." "So, you weren't even there?" Hector hesitated. "I was just some time later. That's when this story was told to me. In fact, it was relayed by one of those very people who joined the church around Christmas all those years ago." Before either Hector or Willie could continue, another gust of wind surged through the drafty house, and the fence gate beyond the wall cracked as it did before. The fire swirled in its dance, which at that moment was to "It Came Upon a Midnight Clear." And the two men stirred in their seats. The story's actually about a couple who joined right around the same time. Another one of those cases where the Christmas pageant dragged people in from off the street. And this time maybe literally. Homeless couple. "Maybe," Hector said, tilting his head toward the fire. "My source wasn't really sure. Neither was anyone for that matter. They didn't talk to anybody, always sat in the back, real reclusive types. The only thing anybody really knew about M were their names. How'd they know their names if they didn't talk? Well, apparently, for the first Sunday in December the following year, they got up to light the Advent candle, and the priest said M, Gabriel and Amaya. Young couple, neither older than 30 then. Any kids?" Hector blew out a laugh and shook his head. That, my friend, is what this whole thing's all about. Just like Christmas itself, it, too, is about a baby. Dear baby. That's the question, I suppose. No one really knows. Willie was nearly at the edge of his rocker. What do you mean? Hector, who too had slid to the end of his chair, leaned back and stoked the fire once more. Do you remember how I was saying that the live nativity was replaced by a big outdoor one? Willie said. Life-sized, right? Hector nodded. Well, that's where they found it. Found what? The baby. Suddenly, Willie was halfway out of his seat. He found a baby in it. Hector nodded. In the manger. Not surprisingly. Willie let out something like a gasp and licked his lips, now clutching each arm of the rocker so tightly that his knuckles looked white as snow. Once again, Hector had hooked him with line and sinker. The baby was just left out there. Hector hummed. One of the nuns found it. In the cold. Now his host chuckled. If you want to call the mid-70s cold. This is Puerto Rico we're talking about, remember. Hector took a passing glance through the dim window smudged in frost. Not Rochester. Willie nodded. And where was the Jesus? That's what the police wanted to find out. Hector added with a pointed finger. You find him. And you find out who put the baby in his place. Hector nodded. Right. But finding a statue of the baby Christ, even if it was the size of a real baby, would have been like finding a needle in a haystack in a place like Arecibo. So, did they ever find it? Willie asked. Eventually, Hector nodded, after they cut through all the red tape. Oh, I'd imagine it was hell, close. Hector agreed, probably just as much screaming. In his next breath, Hector went from a somber, sorry gaze to a smirk. Off all the Christmas myths, he said, the notion of it being a silent night has got to top the list. You're telling me a baby, even if it was the Son of God, wouldn't be screaming its little head off. Give him a break. And that was just the night of. We're not talking about what followed the custody paperwork, the foster care crap, and, of course, trying to find parents who clearly didn't want to be found. Like I said, hell. Hector nodded firmly, looking into the flames of the fireplace. On the record that continued to spin, we three kings faded in a sort of low, faint drone that was nearly lost beneath the high, pitched hiss of the wind outside. It was a sound completely missed by Willie, but not by Hector, who found the coincidence widely funny and started to chuckle, his gut rising and falling beneath his chest. What's so funny? Willie asked, looking over his shoulder to make sure there wasn't a mime mimicking his near-stupid posture. That whole city turned into a damn king cakey, only it wasn't the baby everybody was looking for, it was the parents. King cake. Three Kings cake is more like it, Hector clarified, adjusting himself in the wooden rocker as it creaked. Why know how we were talking about the Epiphany earlier? January 6th? Ew. Willie droned. Well, that's when you'd eat it. The cake itself is pretty bland most of the time, but the real treat is the FFA hidden inside. A little figurine of the Christ child. You know, for good luck. Now it was Willie who found himself chuckling. Good luck not choking on the blasted thing. Hector agreed. Yeah, it's screwy. The whole thing was screwy. All cause of a baby. But eventually the parents were found. And I'm guessing that young couple from the church were the culprits. Hector said, don't get ahead of me. But in truth, Willie already had. Not surprisingly. Bill was a smart guy, smart as a tack in Hector's eyes. You just couldn't spoon-feed a man like that. Eventually, he'll swallow it whole, and Willie did. He could see it in Hector's eyes. But was she showing at the church? Who? What's her name?
I don't know. Nope, yeah.
Willie nodded. Did she look pregnant before or? Hector cut him off with a wag of his head. No, nothing. Skinny as a rail according to my source. And judging by the guy's waistline, I'd say he'd be apt to know. So, she wasn't the mother. I never said that. I said, no one really knows. Remember, someone has to. Hector nodded. I'm sure the good Lord does. Willie bit his bottom lip and tasted the final, lingering remnants of the hot cocoa. So, where's the couple come in then? If they weren't the parents? They might have been the parents. Look, to understand this thing, you've got to take a step back and see it from all perspectives, starting with theirs. Okay, Willie said. Well, what'd they say about the kid? They said that it was a gift. What? Willie laughed. The cops in the church had the same reaction. And this isn't one of those, oh, my child's a gift from God in the figurative sense. These people literally meant it. Willie shook his head. How'd the police or church even come to find these people if you said they weren't thick? Maternity test. So, they were the parents. Hector croaked and waved his hand in the air like brushing cobwebs. The maternity test determined Amaya to be the mother based on the baby's DNA. And did they do a paternity test? Yep. Hector drawled. Willie squinted. So, I'm guessing it was inconclusive then. Hector croaked again. No, you're starting to get it, he said. Could have been a number of things, bad samples, contamination, mutations no one really knows. Although, some have their guesses, such as, Willie asked, Hector thought, snapping his gaze from the fire back to his friend. Surely, two people who think their baby was gifted to them aren't playing with a full deck, if you know what I mean. I do. And so, some guess that maybe there were mutations on account of, well, I don't exactly. Some kind of mental illness. Schizophrenia comes to mind. So, they were just plain old crazy then, Willie said, more so than asked. Hector started to nod but then stopped. Well, unless they were telling the truth. About being gifted a human baby. From whom exactly you think? The mailman. Hector laughed. A good. Willie asked. No. He then stuttered with an indulgent smile. Don't tell me it was Santa. Actually, it wasn't. This is Puerto Rico we're talking about, remember. Ours is a culture rich in Catholicism, bah. I thought Santa was a saint. Hector chuckled. I guess one too secularized for their liking. Try more traditional gift givers. I'm not sure who's more traditional than Santa Claus, Hector. Try the Three Kings. Hector nodded. The Wise Men. Which is a very similar tradition to Santa Claus in many places, only they arrive on the Epiphany end. Obviously, there are three of Grimm. I thought you said the truth was that there were probably more of them. Well, it depends on whose truth we're talking about, Hector grinned. Sadly, tradition is often a better substitute. Willie nodded, expecting as much. So you're telling me that these people said ancient Magi brought them a baby? On the Epiphany of that same year, yes. Well, actually, the promise of the baby happened on the 6th. I suppose its conception, however that worked, occurred sometime in March since it was a Christmas baby. But Willie thought while clutching the arms of his chair in a sort of frozen curiosity. How exactly did the wise men promise a child? According to Gabriel and Amaya, just as plainly as I'm telling you now. So, they appeared in their house. Well, remember now, they were homeless Bill. So, they just walked up to M on the street. Willie chuckled grimly. Wouldn't people have seen the camels? Hector grinned toothlessly, but his eyes had lost their usual sparkle. Suddenly, he looked even more tired than Willie had been almost half an hour ago. Apparently, it happened at a different church in a neighboring community. I guess they were having a banquet dinner for the Epiphany and invited anyone and everyone, including these people off the streets, And did they happen to have 3 volunteers wearing beards and crowns that night? Hector shrugged. Don't know. All I do know is that, even if there were, they probably wouldn't have announced a pregnancy, which the couple claimed they did. They also claimed that the kings looked and smelled ancient, saying that they felt like they'd been around for a long time. And that's a direct quote according to my source. He also told me that the couple was frightened by them, that the kings were beautiful but haunting. Despite the heat from the fire, a sharp chill ran down Willie's spine. He didn't say a word. The couple also claimed that they had been trying for a baby for quite some time, to the point where Amaya swore she had a barren womb. Did the police test that claim? Hector nodded. About as much as they could have in those days. Amaya saw a doctor, but that was already after she had given birth. Miracle baby or not, the plumbing was clearly just fine. Plus, you've got to remember that infertility was a rather taboo subject back then. Still is. Hector agreed and thought again about Jules, and how both she and Bill had tried for a baby decades ago. It made the story feel all the more personal now, and explained why Willie might have followed up with his next question. Would they leave the child in the nativity display if it was the answer to a prayer? Hector nodded in understanding. Everyone prays for a miracle until it finally happens. Then they pray for it to go away. But why? Well, I've told you about what the couple thought, what the cops thought, now you'll hear the church's side, which really has two sides of its own. Which are? Willie asked. Well, you've got to remember this whole thing was weird. You don't say. Willie chortled. Hector continued with a slight smile. Yet, weird as it was, strangeness isn't all too strange in the church. Remember now, we're talking about folks who already believe in an impossible birth to begin with. You recall a few years back when that statue of the Virgin Mary in New Mexico started crying olive oil. Willie nodded hesitantly. Not only did he remember it, but he also remembered how he felt about it. More like the statue of the Virgin Mary that started crying wolf. Probably nothing more than a stunt. Well, the Vatican confirmed that miracle, and they've been investigating similar claims for centuries now. And I'm guessing the case of the miracle baby was no different. Hector nodded. Unfortunately, it didn't really matter what they found out because the court of public opinion ruled more than the Vatican or La Rama Judicial de Puerto Rico combined. Willie leaned forward, and his rocker moaned like the wind outside. No words needed to be spoken. Long story short, Willie couldn't help but interrupt with an ironic chuckle. The couple was damned either way. Either they were a couple of fruitcakes or had somehow given birth to a supernaturally conceived child. Which is worse? Well, would ye rather be in the funny farm or hell? Where'd they end up? Try both, Hector said. Well, maybe not hell, but hell on earth. That's for damn sure. It was that bad? Willie asked with a raised brow. Think about it, Bill. Not only was the act of stealing the baby Jesus statue theft, but blasphemy. Sure, in the scheme of things it wasn't such a big deal when compared with the actual baby at hand, but you mix that with a so-called miracle baby and you got yourself an abomination on your hands. They were scared of it. Hector being, which had been playing. Hector nodded and listened accrued. They were scared as the Racum, O come Emmanuel, crackled into an abyss of white noise, which, as he'd come to think of it, wasn't a far cry from the sound in his very backyard, the naivety of some people. Hector shook his head and went for his pipe. Gesturing to Willie with the baggie of tobacco he slid from his coat pocket. Willie declined and his host stuffed the pipe to the brim, lit it with a flicked, open small silver lighter, and breathed it in heavily. After a quiet moment filled with nothing but the crackling of both the fire and the record, Hector let out a cloud of smoke from between his clenched teeth and pulled the pipe from his lips. Por ahora lo vemos en un espejo de habilmente. For now we see in a mirror dimly. But then face to face, Willie continued, nodding in recognition of the Bible passage. Now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I have been fully known. 1 Corinthians. Willie smiled about as faintly as the fire still glowed. I remember that part. Hector took another drag from the pipe. Maybe some so-called miracles aren't lies, just mistruths. Maybe we just see them dimly. Maybe. Willie echoed. Hector agreed. Church didn't think so, though. Neither did anybody else. If you were in the church, like my source was, then the couple had made a pact with the devil, and the baby was an abomination, and if you were outside the church, the couple was crazy and the baby was, well, just a baby. A baby that needed to be taken from them, it sounds like, Willie added. Hector nodded, but Willie could tell he didn't fully agree. Whatever happened to them anyway? Willie asked. Hector grew silent in thought for a moment before snapping out of it, like out of a dream. The couple. Funny farm, like I said. You didn't think anyone who claimed to have spoken with ancient magi, not once but twice, would have gotten away scot-free, did ya? Twice. Hector nodded. Oh yeah, he said, blowing another puff through a toothy smile. I forgot to mention that the Kings came back. 1. Christmas Eve. I figure they were probably one of the nearby hospitals. There are a few big ones in Arecibo. And Amaya was likely discharged right before the holiday. I suppose they could have had a midwife, and I wouldn't rule it out because they are pretty cheap. But either way, they delivered, and shortly thereafter the wise men returned. You know, to worship, as they do. Thee worship the child, Hector nodded. Minus the gold, frankincense, and myrrh, of course. As much as a couple of homeless people might have preferred it, he chuckled. How'd they even find them? Willie asked with a half-drunken smile. Followed the star. Well, according to some people, yes, actually. Though which one, who's to say? Probably not the Star of Bethlehem. Probably not, Willie agreed. Some say it was a bad one. A bad sign. What, like astrologically? Mem, Hector nodded. So now we're back to square one, that pesky belief. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Ain't that the truth? Willie rocked back and kicked one leg over the other. Speaking of the truth, which I believe you said you'd tell me, what happened in the end, Hector shrugged. The church was torn down some years later. It's probably a condominium now. Sure, it thrived for a while being in a big city, and all bit well, it always carried its reputation, you could say. If it wasn't that place where the spawn of Satan was born, it was that church that used those poor folks for a publicity stunt. And I guess, in the end, they couldn't escape either. And what about the baby? Hector stopped rocking almost immediately and lowered the pipe to the chair's arm. His eyes were filled to the brim with fear. Probably an old man now, he said. According to some, a rather famous politician. Maybe even a priest. Maybe something more. You don't mean the... Hector nodded before his guest could finish. That's exactly what I mean. As I said, naivety. But his whereabouts are a mystery. If people thought that you were some kind of an abomination, some kind of freak of nature, do you really think you'd want to ever find you? Willie shook his head. Suppose not. Hector nodded just as the fence gate, for a third time, audibly whacked against the latch outside. Both men turned to the window as the wind whistled by, and then Willie raised his eyes to the clock with a yawn and the stretch of his arms against the old wood. Callin' at night, Bill? Hector asked. I better check on that fence. Willie nodded with a sly grin. It was a night an hour ago, he said. Why'd you wait to tell me all this? Hector laughed sharply. I knew you'd ask me something like that. Then answer it. Hector rose from his creaking chair and popped the pipe back between his chompers. Because it's Christmas. Willie watched as his host crossed the room, unlocked the door beside the window, and pushed it open into the snow. Hector, Willie said, prompting his host to turn around. What do you think the child would have said about all of this? Hector stood in the doorway as the icy air blew ruffled his hair and pajamas. That he's glad it's in the past. Willie nodded and cleared his throat gruffly. Don't you want a coat before you go out there? You're going to freeze your chestnuts off. Hector laughed. I know, I've got thin blood unlike you. You weren't born in the cold after all. Hector nodded with a nasally sigh of some relief. I'll be fine. It's just a fence. Willie nodded and let him go, watching as the cold wind slammed the door behind him. Through the hazy window, Hector waddled toward the fence line, and a soft smile spread across Willie's cheeks, still rosy from the fire. Suddenly, a terrible thought seized him, and immediately he shook it away like beating dust out of an old rug. In that split second, he considered locking the door from the man outside, a man whom, both at that moment and from that point on, he saw in a mirror dimly. Down and down the snowflakes fall, drifting down out of the hard gray clouds above, like little stars lost in the dark of the night. There are so many of them, more than I or anyone else could count. To look up is to disappear among them, their dancing forms towering so very high into the darkness above, tumbling gently down to rest like feathers against my cheeks. I wonder sometimes what it must be to fall so far. Where have you come from, little snowflakes? What things have you seen? On your long descent, they do not melt as they settle on my face and my coat and my hair. They never will. I will have to brush them away and bid sad farewell to those delicate things, falling forever out of the muffling sky. The snow is thick, thicker than it has ever been. Even here, beneath the trees, my boots vanish within its pale softness, my coat gliding over its surface like the wing of a swan. Away from them, I sink sometimes to my knees, or deeper, its chill embrace seeming almost to reach up for me, as though to pull me away forever into its quiet, suffocating cold. How strange that would feel. Quietly, I wrap my arms around myself, the thick furs of my coat folding around me like a kind embrace. It is foolish. I know it will not warm me, not really, not against that cold that seeps through my flesh and my bones like an icy river far away underground. There is no coat that can protect against that biting, frosting chill, or dull that constant numbness stitching through my skin, that endless sharp ache pounding through the deepest parts of me. But still I wrap myself up, imagining what it might be like. Just for a moment, it is good, at very least, to pretend. I sigh slightly, my breath leaving no cloud as it meets the winter air. Grandfather will be returning soon, and the thought of what will happen if he finds me gone chills me deeper still. Quickly, quietly, I turn and begin making my way back through the whispering snow. Grandfather's troca stands already at the foot of the hill. It is a beautiful thing, cobalt blue and icicle pale, its runners long and sharp as rime frosted blades. So many times I have seen it, but still it takes my breath away like a great spirit of the snowfields, poised to bound after some mighty prey, shackled here by grandfather's will. Even now, despite the nervous pang it sends through me, I slow as I pass it, my eyes tracing the etched fairy tales that spill out across its flanks, the impossible metal filigree that adorns its gleaming form. But I cannot afford to linger long. If it is here, that means that he is here as well, and he will have seen my absence. Up the hill I walk, wading with quick steps through the snow in the pathway, faint pale dustings drifting down from the dark trees beside it. At its summit, half hidden by the pale mist, a lantern burns, its pointed golden light flickering in the great, unending darkness, a beacon there to call him home. I hold out a hand as I pass it, but it returns no warmth, only the bitter chill of the endless winter night. Upon the hill's peak, vast and looming against the clouded sky, stands grandfather's house. It is a towering thing, floor after rearing floor of gambrel windows and knife-sharp, sloping roofs, standing dark and proud between the trees like the castle of a forgotten king. The blanketing snow seems almost to magnify it, coating its uneven form like the fur of an ancient bear, or falling down to settle in drifts like pale waves against its walls. Its windows are dark, as they have always been, and its chimneys stand cold and silent, untouched by smoke or fire. There is neither light nor heat. In grandfather's house, only the ice, cold blowing of the snow. I wonder at first if he has already gone inside. But as I stop beneath the wooden steps, I see the great figure standing motionless in the doorway watching me. Within my chest, I feel my heart begin to beat, quick and frightened and aching with dread. Grandfather towers up on the porch before me, colossal and imposing, an ice-pale silhouette looming into the air like a frozen monolith. Elegant webs of frost and rime laces tighten form, spiking from the sleeves of his long coat, blue as glacial ice, hanging ragged from the still longer tail of his flowing beard, white as moonlit fog. His eyes are frozen lakes, inky black and stitched with pale cataracts, and his breath rushes down from his frost, blackened lips like the iron, cold blade of the north wind himself. Though I am already cold, I shiver anew at the feel of him, his very presence an aching wall that seems to sap my life away and tear the strength from my shaking limbs. Starry dead Miraz, old grandfather Frost. My stomach curls as I step forward, bowing low and shakily before him. Forgive me, grandfather, I did not mean to. Silence. His voice is a blowing thunder, the endless whispered roar of a blizzard on the steppe, strong enough to drive the very seasons before it. You disobey me. I know. Grandfather, I am sorry. I wished only to see. I will not leave again, I promise. Silence. Again his great voice booms, washing frigid and unstoppable across me, leaving me cowering down like a frightened animal before its crashing power. You were told to stay upon the hilltop. Yes, grandfather. I nod miserably, wrapping my arms around myself and staring at the snow that piles against my boots. I am sorry. You will obey me, Snegaraka, always, lest I take back the breath I have granted you. He turns vast and slow, the great wind of his passage coiling cold and sharp behind him as he steps away into the bitter darkness of the house. And as the great door closes behind him, I am left, as always, outside alone, in the cold and the endless dark. I will remember always the touch of grandfather's hand, the feeling of those icy fingers on my cheek as I opened my new eyes to see the falling snow. It was a beautiful thing, silent and world-filling. Great soft flakes drifting slow and gentle down out of the sky. Their chill caress brushed against my face, nestling against my hands and my shoulders and my hair, like cold, caring fingers welcoming me into the world. That is the first thing that I remember. Cold, the cold of the snow around me, pressing against my legs and filling them with its numbing embrace. The cold of the winter air, slipping like a serpent through my coat and my skin and coiling itself immovable around my etching bones. And most of all, the cold against my cheek, so hard and so sharp it felt like a burning brand, the first and worst pain that I have ever known. For a moment, I simply stood, letting these new sensations flow across my mind. And then, very suddenly, driving itself like a knife out of the cold, a breath stabbed itself down into my new-made lungs, filling my chest with its rag-aching chill. With its passage, I became aware of lips, of throat, of nose to breathe and chest to pump. Somewhere deep within me, small and sharp and hard, a heart began shakily to beat. Without even truly understanding the movement, I lowered my eyes and found my gaze filled with grandfather's face. He stared down at me with those ink-black eyes, dark and deep as the night itself, icy orbs behind which thoughts moved vast and slow. His ancient, withered face held no expression, no smile to disturb that ice-encrusted beard. He only watched, silent and unmoving, as I blinked back at him like a newborn child. It was a long time before either of us moved. I do not think I truly knew that that there was anything more to existence than his eyes, and my heartbeat, and the chill of the tender snow. But, at last, he did, lowering his great hand, and letting that icy pain fade at last from my cheek. I felt the strangest pang of loss, as his touch fell away, though I didn't understand why. His voice boomed out, then an onrushing wave of cold so vast, and so mighty that it sent me stumbling back before it. My gasp of shock and terror lost itself within that crashing wind, and I instinctively raised my hands in some foolish attempt to shield myself as it cut its way down through coat and skin and flesh into my frightened, guttering soul. I name you Snegoraka, Maiden of Snow, daughter of my white winter. Heart pounding, tears freezing at the corners of my eyes, I stared up at his towering form, unable to respond. You will act at my call and obey that which I command. Slowly, shakily, I looked up at him, the vast thunder of his words flowing down around me and leaving me trembling in its wake. Somehow, through the sobs of fear that bubbled up in the corners of my lungs, I managed a tiny, hesitant nod. Fu, who are you? The words felt foreign in my mouth, falling strangely from my lips into the silence as words left in the winter air. He simply stared down at me, quiet and grim, as though considering whether to respond. I am Grandfather Frost. Of the flesh of my great winter are you made, and through its white halls you walk by my will. Again that frigid gale of breath came crashing against my body, and I took a step back away from him, forced by that unstoppable wind. Instinctively, I wrapped my coat around myself, hoping vaguely to keep out that bitter, roaring chill, and discovered that it did nothing at all. Grandfather, I'm so cold. You are formed of snow, that great voice roared, like an avalanche tumbling down some distant mountain. To feel warmth for you is death, but you will never need do so. He turned, and for so slightly, and for the first time I saw the space around us. I saw the great dark trees, standing against the shadowed clouds. The snow settling on their swaying branches as they loomed like sentinels in the nighttime. I saw the pale snow on the ground between them, rolling off and up and away. And beyond it all I saw that great house, towering huge and ragged against the muffled face of the sky. You will stay here, Snegoraka, upon this hilltop, and wait. When I have need of you, I will call and you will answer. Shaking with awe and fear and sheer, overwhelming cold, I managed somehow to nod. He nodded once as well, a vast movement of a vast head, like icebergs turning over in some forgotten sea. And then, in a great swirl of frigid wind, he turned and glided slow and inevitable away up the hill, leaving me alone among the falling snow. Come! I glance up at Grandfather as he steps down off the porch, snow trailing behind the hem of his vast coat. He has never given me an instruction before, save to stand and wait atop the hill, and as he passes I tilt my head, cautiously, like a mouse before a giant, Werto. He strides down past me, leaving no mark upon the heavy snow. Come, hesitant, curious, I turn, and make my way after him through the icy night. Down through the trees he leads me, grim and silent, to where his troca waits at the foot of the hill. Before it, like blizzards bound and harnessed, stand grandfather's 3 white horses, wreathed in clouds of pale mist. Each one is immense, far taller than I, their manes and shoulders jagged with shards of ice. Their faces shriveled into hollow skulls that hiss white breath from between their frozen teeth. They champ and toss at their halters, pale hooves stamping at the snow beneath them. But they cannot escape grandfather's will. He has brought them into this frozen world, and so they do as he bids them. Grandfather steps silent up into the troca behind them, gathering the reins in his hand and leaving me to scramble in after him. There is no seat within that gilded vehicle, and so I stand behind his tightened form, hands shivering as they curl around the metal rail, hair swaying slightly in the winter breeze. The icy presence of him washes back over me, and I curl down before it like a bird, coat wrapped around my huddling form, head lowered to shelter from the creeping frost. And then, very suddenly, he cracks the reins, and with a great rush of wind and a glittering wave of snow, we are away. We glide fast, so fast, across that shining surface. The trees flicker past around us, like great pillars falling eternally back and away, and the shadowed spaces between them blend together into a single blur of winter darkness. The horses' hooves make no sound as they run, our passage spoken only by the endless soft hiss of the troca's runners, 2 blades drawn forever across the pale blanket beneath us. Icy wind presses back against me, its bite sharp but its teeth drowned by grandfather's frigid presence, and it catches my hair and pulls it out behind us like a pale flag. We are a ship, skimming across this white sea, and grandfather stands as its great figurehead, staring motionless and unfailing out through the blackness before us. I do not know how long the horses draw us between those pale waves. It is long enough for the clouds to glide by overhead, their dark forms muffling the moon as it flies beside us, keeping us company through this dark, unending night. It feels like hours, and perhaps it is, the cold biting into my skin, the snow flying up in long, slow tails in our wake. But at last, as I begin to wonder if the journey will ever end at all, the troca begins to slow, and I glance out from behind grandfather's great form to see something more than trees ahead. At first I do not know what to make of that strange space, lying sprawled across the snow before us. It is a space of lights, hanging in the darkness like stars brought close, little points of flickering, golden comfort in the night's bitter infinity. Within those lights are houses, garlands of lanterns hanging from their eaves, little candles and bright fires shining behind their many windows. Each is far smaller than grandfather's house, but they are kinner, warmer, more welcoming of their blankets of muffling snow. It is a town, a little village, huddled in the winter's cold embrace. And on the long street that pierces down its center, wrapped in layers of bright clothes, their breath turning to mist as it meets the icy air, are more people than I have ever seen. They stand in ragged crowds beneath the street lamp's golden light. Groups of 2 or 3 or 4 or more, waiting eager and patient as the snow piles around their boots. The youngest are barely old enough to stand, clutching dolls and toys and peering bright-eyed through heavy hats and scarves. And the oldest are hunched over canes or huddled in little wheelchairs, layers of coats and shawls transforming them into amorphous shapes. Around them stand those in between, men and women and boys and girls, their conversation filled with excited anticipation, the rippling joy of their laughter ringing out across the snow. I am too far away to hear the words they say, but even from here, I can see their brilliant, hopeful smiles. Beyond the people, beyond the town itself, there stands a vast, gilded thing, towering spire on spire into the shrouded sky. It is a building, I think, but a building bigger and more beautiful than any that I have ever seen, a building so tall and so magnificent that at first it does not seem real. It is a monolith of domes and towers and minarets, a mountain of bright color and intricate core that dwarfs the village huddled at its feet. Golden lights drape its looming crags, strings of lanterns swooping across its complicated walls, candles shining from within its gilded towers, hundreds on hundreds of glowing windows nestled like roosting birds among its architectural cliffs. It is the most wonderful thing that I have ever seen. And even as grandfather guides the troika to a slow stop beneath the snowy trees, I cannot tear my eyes away from its colossal, fiery beauty. Awestruck, thrilled by this place that he has brought me, I look up at Grandfather, a smile of delight dancing across my lips. But Grandfather is silent, indifferent to those illuminated wonders, stepping only over the troca's edge and down into the whispering snow. After a moment, I follow him, sinking to my knees in that pale, frigid surface. But as I start forward, he turns back towards me, and the icy thunder of his voice falls down across me like a woodcutter's axe. Stay. My heart seems to snap slightly, as though the strength of his words alone has split it in two. Quietly, helplessly, I step forward towards him, hand half raised, mouth opening as though to ask some question that even I do not yet know. But already he has turned away, continuing on toward those lighted streets and smiling people, and leaving me alone among the cold and the mantling dark. They gasp as he steps forward into the light, rushing forward to crowd around his towering form. Their chatter echoes back to me across that white expanse, ringing with excitement and childlike joy, and they stretch their hands up towards him like a forest of new trees, smiles of anticipation stretching across their faces. Quietly, he spreads his arms out toward them, letting clouds of pale snow swirl around each impatient palm. As each one fades, an object is left behind, nestled in those expectant hands like a baby bird awaking in its nest. I cannot see them from where I stand, but I see the way that people gasp at the sight of them, the way they squeal with joy and clutch them to their chests and thank Grandfather with grateful, shining eyes. And as each in turn receives their gift, Grandfather pushes silently between them, the snow around him swirling into a comet's tail that stretches back through that waiting crowd and grants each and every one their shining gift. I want, so badly, to see what he has given them. Softly, quietly, I start forward through the snow, making my slow way towards that glimmering expanse. The crowd has turned away now, following Grandfather along the snowy street, and they do not see me as I approach, do not hear the gentle rush of the snow around my boots. They do not notice as I stand, still and quiet, outside the light's soft border, and watch his shining gifts form within their eager hands. A tiny horse carved of pale wood and studded with shining jewels, an intricate saddle inlaid in gold across its back. A beautiful egg, made of gilded porcelain, tiny paintings of strange creatures in far-off places stretching up its sides. A toy ball patterned with blossoming diamonds of red and gold, smooth and perfect as a sphere of blown glass. An orange, small and round and flawless, its peel all but falling away at the touch of the woman who holds it. A little cat, pale patterns in its dark fur, great green eyes staring wide and innocent from its pointed face. All sit cradled in their owner's hands, received with small sounds of awestruck wonder, and one by one each smiling face looks up at that great figure and calls its joyful thanks. Grandfather does not answer their delighted cries. He simply strides slowly onward, letting that swirling snow wrap itself around him, and glides between them up the street and towards the immense, gilded building beyond. I know, deep within me, that I should not follow him. I should make my quiet way back to where the troca stands and wait for him to return, to leave this perfect place and return to his dark house on its lonely hill. But I do not want to return yet. It is so beautiful here, so gentle, so kind. I cannot bear to simply stand and wonder, and watch its golden lights disappear among the trees as the horses bear us silently away. Quickly, quietly, I slip through the darkness around the edge of town, running like a silent spirit towards that Titan building beyond. There are people standing scattered on the hill beneath Grandfather's house. They are motionless things, quiet and still, like strange statues standing beneath those dark trees. Their feet are rooted in the deepening snow, letting it pile into pale drifts around their legs, and their eyes are hard and glassy, staring out from their stagnant faces into the misty darkness around them. Some are old, their faces lined with years of hardship, and their backs bent beneath the weight of the world. But some are young, their delicate forms staring wide, eyed into nothingness, small and helpless and afraid. Some seem to scream or weep or shout with rage, but others simply stand heads bowed, arms folded, waiting for the cold to take them. As I brush aside their coverings of snow, peering in through the jagged ice that envelops their frozen bodies, I wonder if they know that it already has. I wander, sometimes, between those silent figures when Grandfather is home and the wind is bitter cold. I stand beside each one in turn, letting the snow fall soft as eider down across me, imagining who they were before the ice wrapped them in its iron embrace. Here is the old woodcutter, his eyebrows bushy as his matted beard, his stained axe still slung across his shoulders. Here is the pretty noblewoman, her flowing dress preserved eternally mid-flutter, her forkful of cake desiccating before her crimson lips. Here is the soldier in his shining uniform, his heavy musket resting in one gloved hand as gold glints from the sack he clutches in the other. The hard-eyed woman with the bundle of switches, the gaunt man with his crimson, stained chin, the little boy clutching his dog's severed tail, figure on unmoving figure, standing among the towering trees, their silent shapes slowly veiled by the gathering snow. I asked grandfather, once, who they were. He stared down at me from his frigid height, his dark eyes piercing the space between us like a ship cutting through a storm. For a long time he did not speak, and I began to fear that my words had angered him, that his staring gaze could push its way through my chest and into my pounding heart. But at last, his withered lips opened, and his freezing voice enveloped me like an icy storm. They are trespassers against my great winter. Down around me his words boomed, the cold sinking into me like the teeth of some vast wolf. Huddling before it, I glanced quietly back towards the trees, and the pale forms that stood unmoving in that tangled darkness. What did they do? They took from others that which was not theirs to take. His words were deep and sharp, rushing like icy blades across the snow and leaving a crust of rime on the edges of my coat. Shakily, I nodded, hesitating a moment before I managed to ask the question that burned at the back of my throat. And what did you do to them? I took back the breath I gave them, Snegoraka. Such is fitting punishment for the heartless. He turned, then, striding off across the pale curve of the snow, leaving me huddled in frost, touched in his wake. For a time I simply stood there, his words settling in my mind, my gaze distant and thoughtful as it traced the falling snow. But eventually, gradually, I made my way back down into that silent forest, looking anew at the ghostly forms that dotted it. As I stared into each icebound face, I wondered what things they had done to earn their place here. How awful they must have been to be punished so. They could deserve no pity, no sympathy, for they had trespassed against grandfather, and he had judged them in kind. But oh, how painful it must be to stand forever in those icy coffins, too cold to do so much as move. I stand small and quiet among the falling snow, staring up in awe at that vast, gilded building, looming higher than I can understand up into the sky. Standing here, so close that the light from its windows falls almost at my feet, it is even more wonderful than I had imagined. It is big, so very big, tall enough that if I climbed it I could touch the sky, wide enough that it seems to fill the world with its shining majesty. Its decorated walls are so complex that, even from here, I cannot make out their full wondrous intricacy. And across them shine those million lights, hanging delicate from swooping garlands, guttering from the railings of high balconies, glowing bright and bold from within 1,000 subtle windows. It is a monumental expanse of color and glittering splendor, like the stars themselves pulled down from the nighttime sky, and as I look up at its endless, overwhelming might, I cannot imagine anything in the world more beautiful. At its feet, sprawling out before its shining doors, marble steps lead down into the snow. On those steps stand people, soldiers, arranged in rigid rows and clad in uniforms of blue and gold. Though grandfather walks towards them up the snowy street, they do not run to him like the others do not smile or hold out expectant hands. They simply stand there silent, unmoving, and as he glides closer I half wonder if they are statues. What other reason could there be to ignore such wonderful things? Still grandfather comes, the swirling snow granting its last few gifts to the people hurrying beside him. But he does not look at them now. His eyes are fixed on those great doors, looming up and up within their arching frame, painted wood, and stained glass towering into ornate patterns like trees framed in radiant light. And as he watches, they open, and through them steps the most beautiful person that I have ever seen. She is dressed in brilliant orange, her long gown spilling like a waterfall across her form and trailing elegantly through the snow beneath her feet. Gold glitters about her neck and shines resplendent from the edges of her dress, inlaid with crimson jewels and flowing like a fish's scales as she takes step after step across the icy stone. Her hair is long and fairy red, and atop it, curling like the crescent moon, A dazzling crown leaps asymmetrical into the air, a living flame made somehow of metal and gemstones. Her face is scattered with tawny freckles, and as she comes to a stop at the head of the stairs, she tilts it upward, staring proud and haughty at grandfather's vast form below. She is not taller than me, but far shorter than grandfather, but there is a presence to her, a rippling power that seems to spill like a heat haze down across those snowy steps. The soldiers bow low before it, and the people on the street huddle together, cowering slightly as they stare wide-eyed and fearful at her radiant form. Only grandfather remains motionless, standing still and silent at the foot of the stairs as his dark eyes gaze unreadable into hers. "What present do you have for me, grandfather?" Her voice is loud and high and clear, ringing like a bell through the night's muffled silence. There is an authority in that voice, a merciless command, and the people on the street flinch back before it, as though her words alone had struck them. But still grandfather does not move. "You have given the rabble their trinkets. Now where is mine? What treasure have you come all this way to grant me?" Her words hang in the dark air, fading as they bounce back from the little houses. The soldiers stare up at her, motionless as cold iron, waiting for her command. Slowly, step by step, grandfather begins to move. His greatcoat slides in turn across each marble stair, a trail of jagged hoarfrost forming atop the unbroken snow behind it. Rhyme cakes the soldiers' uniforms as he ascends past each in turn, but his hollow eyes never leave the woman's pointed face, even as he crests that final stair like a towering, icy wave. As she stares eagerly up into his ragged face, the dreadful chill of his presence flowing forward across her like a winter storm, I realize that she is very, very small indeed. It is then, as she flourishes her expectant hand, that grandfather speaks at last. "I have no gift for you, Tsarevna, not after what you have done." There is silence for the smallest moment, as the thunder of his voice settles across her gilded form. And then her face changes, anticipation melting away into confusion, frustration, rage. Wide-eyed, she snarls up at him, words curling from her lips like a dragon's flame. "How dared!" And grandfather's mouth yawns wide as the northern sky, and her words are lost in a roar of rushing snow. Over her and on that frigid exhalation swirls a deafening blade of wind and frost that carries churning hail upon its edge. It folds her in its pale grasp, a curtain of blizzard wrapping itself around the cowering form within, stretching on and on until it flicks like freezing flame against those open doors. The lights gutter and die at its passage, as Rhyme stretches up across those painted walls, and ice runs jagged along the marble below, and the soldiers stumble backwards, their stillness shattered, terrified in the face of grandfather's power. And when that dreadful breath subsides at last, the Tsarevna stands before him amid a cloud of settling snow, her body entombed forever in bleak, impenetrable ice. Grandfather speaks no words to the frightened soldiers. He does not approach those now dark doors, or do more than glance at the thing that Tsarevna has become. He simply flicks his hand and lets that pale, rag mass disappear in a swirl of wind-blown snow. Then, like a frigid ghost of the endless winter night, he turns and begins to descend the steps toward the snowy street beyond. It is only then, as the snow settles along the steps and the people of the town scatter in grandfather's wake, that I am able to spur my speechless body to motion and begin to run back towards the trocha and out into the snow soft and dark. I stare, quiet and pensive, through that shell of clouded ice at the imprisoned shape that hangs still and silent within. Long hours I searched after the trocha bore us back to grandfather's looming house. Long hours it took me to find her, trudging through the deepening snow between the silent trees, moving from shape to pale shape. I peered and turned into every frozen face, searching in vain for the one I did not recognize, slipping quick and quiet between those frozen forms, until I began to fear that he had not sent her here at all. But of course he had. She stands pale and motionless among the trees, her icy form looming up among the rest as though it had been there always. Snow settles down across that ragged surface, but as I brush it away I can see the shape of her within, trapped in her last, eternal moment. Her delicate face is bound into a silent scream of rage and fear, her body leaned back as though it might somehow escape grandfather's inevitable judgment. Her golden crown sits still atop her flowing hair, its luster dulled by its icy cage, its gilded gleam gone silent, dead. She is like a candle flame, caught forever at the moment of its death, preserved eternal atop this frozen hill. Quietly, solemnly, I stand there before her, staring up into that unmoving face. My eyes trace the edges of her, the fiery dress that flutters unmoving about her feet, the glittering jewelry that shines across her like stifled sunbeams, the auburn hair that pours flowing and beautiful down around her shoulders. Snow collects, sometimes across the uneven ice, and I brush it quietly away as I stare weststruck past it into the frigid space beyond. Even here, hanging half visible in the frozen darkness, she is more beautiful than anything I have ever known. I find myself wondering who she was before grandfather bound her atop this lonely hill. What was it like to live in that vast, wondrous building? Warm even when the winds howled and the chill grew ever deeper. What was it like to walk among those pretty houses, to sit and talk with smiling people in the glow of roaring fires? How wonderful it must have been to wear such clothes and walk such halls, to spend a lifetime in that shining place, surrounded by warmth and kindly faces. Staring up at her now, silent and immobile within her frozen tomb, I wonder how grandfather could take that from her and leave her here alone among the falling snow. That thought drifts through my mind as I wander the darkened woods, swirling like the drop feather of some strange, distant bird. I tell myself that there is a reason he brought her here, away from that warmth and golden beauty. I tell myself that she did something unforgivable, and he exacted upon her the punishment she deserved. But as I find myself returning again and again to that pale, unmoving form, I realize that I do not believe that, not really. She cannot deserve to suffer here, blank eyes staring forever upward through the empty trees, surrounded only by the snow and the others bound within it. No one can, I imagine sometimes, breaking the walls of that clouded prison. I imagine taking a rock and driving it into that frozen mass, feeling grandfather's work give and shatter beneath my blows. I imagine the way she would gasp a desperate breath of winter air, would step forward from amid those pale shards and run out into the snowy night to where her town waited warm and safe to welcome her back home. But when I try it, when I find a heavy stone and slam it against the ice's uneven surface, I realize with a jolt of aching pain that it is impossible. There is nothing I can do that could break that iron, hard mass. There is not so much as a pale scratch where my feeble effort fell against it. And as that understanding washes over me, as I begin to grasp just how impenetrable grandfather's creation truly is, I step quietly back away from it and drop the stone with a little sound into the waiting snow. For a long time I stand quiet and sorrowful before that pale mass. It feels as though I have failed her, somehow, as though my inability to pull her from that frigid cage has doomed her here as much as grandfather's power. I wish that I could speak to her, tell her how sorry I am that I cannot free her from that unbreakable ice. But her freckled face simply stares, hollow and unchanging, unaware of anything beyond her frigid tomb. And then, as I stare up into her distant eyes, a thought drifts slow and quiet into my mind. It is a subtle thing, pale and fragile, so small that it is almost lost in the rush of the world. But nevertheless, comes to rest, so simple and so obvious that I wonder that I did not think of it before. It does not matter how hard the ice is, how little dent my blows can make against it. It will melt still at the touch of fire. My heart begins to pound, quick and shaky within my chest, as I turn and begin running up the snow-covered hill towards grandfather's house. The little lantern shines, as it always does, at the head of the narrow path that winds its way down the hill. Slowly, hesitantly, I kneel in the snow, cupping its small form within my hands. It is a delicate thing, a fragile egg of glass and coiling iron, an embryo of precious flame burning tiny and bright within its heart. No heat is able to push through that shining glass, nothing to warm my shaking fingers as I slide it with the faintest scrape from its iron hook. But still, with luck, that pinprick of light will be enough, it must be. Quietly, carefully, I slip back through the deepening snow, down through the trees to where the Cerebita stands. Gingerly, I set it down, cradling it within the blanketing snow to keep safe its glassy shell. And then, nervously, heart-pounding, I straighten, turning with a shaky breath to face that white pillar and begin. A fire, I know, needs food if it is to grow. And so I walk between the looming trees, my eyes skimming eagerly across the snow's white surface. Here and there, nestled beneath the vast trunks, Dark shapes emerge like breaching whales, branches fallen long ago from those distant, ancient heights. Gently, I brush the snow from their ragged forms, pulling each in turn from its resting place and bringing it carefully back, to place it like an offering before the feet of that pale form. Gradually, piece by piece, I begin to pile them together, forming them into a shapeless, ragged mound. It wraps itself around the base of that pale mass, scraping at its flanks like a hungry spider, that Serevna's half-seen shadow seeming to float above it, oblivious, serene. I smile slightly as I look upon it. Soon it will be all right again. Soon she will be free. I turn, patting back through the snow and picking up the little lantern, cradling it gently in my hand as I kneel beside that mound of shadowed wood. Twice, I rap it against the bark, and on the third blow it shatters, glass bursting from its metal confines and spilling out into the pile with an icicle sound. The flame within gutters, flickering and almost going out, but as I still my hand it rises again, steady and shaky within its ruined cage. Slowly, I set it down among the ragged branches, nestling it within that haphazard shadow. The fire dances for a moment there, licking up through the darkness at the dampened wood that frames it, but it does not catch, not yet. Breath shaky with anticipation, I sit back, staring down at it as the snow falls soft and quiet around me. And beyond the snow, in the dark between the trees, something else moves, something tall and slow and unbearably cold. My breath catches as I meet Grandfather's hollow eyes, scrambling in horror to my feet as panic clutches itself like an icy hand about my chest. Trembling, I glance down at those heaping branches, so small they seem now, and so foolish, scattered twigs beneath that unbreakable ice and its vast, impassive creator. Thoughts swirl like wind-blown birds through my mind, too quick to catch and too small to speak, and for a moment I simply stand there, staring terrified up into those twin icy voids. Grandfather, I am sorry. He does not answer, just stares silent and unmoving through the snow-filled dark. Frightened, uncertain, I step back away from him, my boots whispering through the powder snow. Please, Grandfather, I'm sorry, please. I'll come back, I'll put it out. And then, very suddenly, as I scrabble in vain for words worth saying, there is a roaring flare of orange light and a wave of searing, unimaginable pain. It is agony unlike anything I knew was possible. Agony that pierces my flesh like blazing light and leaves me pinned and transparent in its gaze. It fills my senses, blinding me and choking me and locking me in place, slamming down across me like a wave of crushing water and pressing its unbearable heat through the corners of my skin. It is as though my flesh itself is being torn from my bones, as though a million tiny blades are pressing into me and splitting me apart. A scream tears itself from my mouth, the loudest sound that I have ever made, and then another and a third, as I manage at last to stumble back and get a glimpse of the thing that I have wrought, the great amber pyre that licks like hungry wolves at the feet of the Serevna's tomb. Beyond it, towering and silent, Grandfather looms, the flickering flames dancing in his shadowed eyes. Steam rolls billowing and pale from that frozen pillar, a coiling finger that seems to reach out for the sky above. It unfurls around me as well, tearing itself hissing from my skin, and as I fall to my knees in the welcoming snow, I look down at my hands and see what has become of me. They do not move, those hands, not anymore. The pale skin that bound them is running clear and warm, pouring down across my fingers and dripping with small hisses into the waiting snow. Beneath it, pale muscle begins to split and crumble, transparent rivulets of me carving runnels through that white, sloughing flesh, and as it falls away even the bone begins to fail, thin, pallid spars bending and breaking before the fire's majesty. I am melting, I realize, melting like the snow, and before long there will be nothing left of me at all. Helpless, terrified, I stare up at Grandfather's unchanging face, trying desperately to beg for him to help me. But my throat does not work anymore, and my gasping, failing lips produce no sound at all. Before me there is a sharp, deafening crash, and the fire gutters as that pillar of ice splits open at last. But even then, even as steam rolls up across her body, even as her face falls into that consuming amber light, the Serevna does not move. She simply lies there, motionless, dead, as the flames begin to lick her auburn hair. Within what is left of me, I feel some final bone give way, and I collapse limp and helpless down into the snow. Grandfather's eyes still watch me, not leaving my face even as I fall, even as I feel the last of my body start to bowl away around me. Only when I have ceased to move entirely does that great head lower, and his hands begin to flow in long, slow motions, pulling something up out of the atching cold. At his feet, the snow begins to swirl, curling up and up into a swaying shape before him. As it begins to take form, his hands dance delicate and graceful across it, sculpting it with quiet intent into a small, thin shape. Arms blossom from its shoulders, hair flows bright and pale from its head, and around its body a white coat wraps, sheltering her from a cold that she will never be truly free of. Before him, standing small and pale in the dying firelight, a girl opens her wide new eyes to see the falling snow. Teddy, I finished transcribing the scribbles one might call handwriting that were in the sketchbook the search team found last week. No easy task, mind. Poor Munter got desperate at the end, but it's messy all around. Nothing some phone app could easily digitize. I think we're done with the book at this point, and it can be shipped to the American's family. No answers yet as to what happened to him. Guy might have been out of his mind and walked a distance to toss himself in the rough waters, I suppose, but odd choice to drop all his gear at the tree first. But, heck, it is the only noteworthy landmark on the island other than the weather station. No evidence he ever found the building. I just can't explain why he dropped his pack and wandered off. The water and food still on him could have kept him going until the rescue boats arrived. I finally got a chance to see his passport, too, full of stamps from the countries that still use them. He's been all over the world, including some less than safe places, so it's hard to believe that a relatively peaceful, if not isolated place like Campbell did him in. Well, I don't claim to know how people think. Going home for the weekend, so don't bother responding to my work email. If you're in Wellington on Sunday, let's get a pint and sort out this story, yeah. And this goes without saying, but keep this under wraps. You have a bad habit of misplacing computer documents. The Americans are all about their trendy mysteries, and last thing that island needs is more tourists looking for clout, whether they go through the proper channels or not, like our friend did. Her attached file. The following is a transcribed series of journal entries written in a sketchbook discovered on remote Campbell Island in the far south, over 600 kilometers from the New Zealand mainland. Its owner is a missing American backpacker, Trevor Miller, whose visit to the location was neither authorized or requested. He flew from Sydney and landed in Queenstown on April 5th, 2024. His last known place of residence was a hostel outside of Dunedin. Security cameras show him departing from a pier on an unidentified fishing boat a week after his arrival. The search for the vessel's owner is also ongoing. 6 days later, on April 18th, a call from a satellite phone was received at the United States Embassy requesting urgent help. The island was otherwise unoccupied. 2 rescue boats arrived within 48 hours, and drones were used to sweep the island, but Mr. Miller has not been found. Only his pack, sketchbook, and several other belongings were discovered near the island's one tree. A campsite was not present. Miller is not believed to have owned a smartphone, only a basic satellite phone with a number registered in 2002. The sketchbook includes artwork from many remote locations and only becomes a journal on the last few dozen pages. While it does devolve into rambling and random thoughts in places that I have mostly excluded, the majority of it shares a coherent story and tells as much about the author. The first of the writing is under a simple sketch of the island's landscape, with the tree a small element in the background. This journal is one continuous text, so an exact time frame of events is difficult to determine, and I wanted to like this island. I've been to many, and I always wonder the same thing when I arrive. It's probably a strange first thought to have. How would this place fare in a zombie apocalypse? All I'm saying is, the world's a mind-bogglingly big place. There are so many corners to put your feet on, always somewhere new over the horizon. I'd admit that I've become obsessed with geography and things like extreme points. The areas that stand out, yet are usually ignored. Furthest place west or east, for example, antipodes. Most remote, whatevers are my favorite. My name is Trevor Miller, and I'm only writing this because I'm not sure right now if I'll make it out of this one. I've had some close calls over the years, given all the hard, to reach spots of the world I seek out. Places you need 6 flights and a boat or horse ride to get to. All so that I can see areas few people will ever visit or think about. I don't want to cheapen my experiences either. I try to make each trip mean something. Anyone can spend dozens of hours getting somewhere, take a rock and a snapshot, and leave. I don't do that. I don't even carry a phone with a camera, just so I can't be tempted. I may not be a great artist, but when I find a vista that's just right and feels earned, I'll sit down and draw it. Only when you take the time to look at every element do you appreciate each truly unique landscape. The shapes of the hills and coastline, the rocks, the way the land touches and interacts with the ocean, the cloud formations that will only be arranged just that way once in a lifetime, the local wildlife, the spread of the grass and flowers, the trees. One day, maybe once my inheritance runs dry, I'll settle down and share my art with the world. I feel like people will only appreciate it if I release my large collection all at once. It's kept in a storage unit back in Oregon. I only go home once a year or so. If I don't make it back, don't let them empty out my unit and throw everything away. I've spent so many years on my art. I must have drawn places no one else has. I backpack around the world. Most of the isolated locations I go to are spur-of-the-moment choices, or vistas I discover when I let myself get lost. Other times I plan a trip. Campbell Island has been over a year in the making. I became a bit obsessed with this place when I scouted it out at one of my internet cafe stop-ins, because it is home to a single tree. The most remote tree in the world, existing in its lonesome halfway between New Zealand and Antarctica. I'm not someone who cares much about trees normally, unless they happen to be uniquely large or old. But one of my biggest regrets is being born too late to see what was formerly the world's loneliest tree. That would be the taniera tree that was once deep in the Sahara Desert, fed by water 100 feet beneath the surface. Despite being in the middle of nowhere, a drunk driver killed it in 1973. Such a shame. Leave it to humans to destroy everything nice and unique in this world. Campbell Island's tree would at least be the second best, even if it was supposedly planted by a person. Unlike the king of lonely trees, which existed for centuries all on its own, Campbell Island's resident does have one redeeming factor, though. It's a Sitka spruce among the giants, under normal conditions. Being from Western Oregon, I grew up in parks where the world's tallest trees touch the sky, the spruce among them. Seeing a familiar conifer so many thousands of miles from home, out in the cold ocean, instantly went on my bucket list. I had to draw it, feel its bark, sit under its shade. It didn't matter if it was planted, and never would have ended up there otherwise. Problem was, like many islands, access is restricted. I understand and respect any nature preserve, but I'm not one to take from a place or damage it. I visit somewhere to experience and capture it, and if I can save time, money, and required social interaction by finding an alternate means to spend a few days in someplace new and in beloved isolation, I'll take it. If it isn't clear by now, I don't really like people, especially crowds. I'll take every opportunity to avoid a tour group or be stuck on others' time. Winter was also approaching in the southern hemisphere. Cold temperatures don't bother me, but long nights do. Dark skies take away time I could spend drawing and exploring strange and foreign lands. Queenstown was beautiful. I don't enjoy most of the cities I visit, but I do have a soft spot for mountain or lakeside towns, and it was both. After spending a few days resting up at an Airbnb, I got a ride down to Dunedin, found a cheap hostel, and started asking around for a boat to Campbell. It was easy to find a fishing crew that could take me to one of the closer southern islands, but most of the men just laughed when I told them I wanted to go far south, to one uninhabited island in particular. I was close to giving up until I scouted out a bar for any less reputable or desperate, for money men willing to make the trip. That was when I stumbled on a drunkard who overheard me talking to someone else about the trip. He'd never been that far out, but after I asked around, he sounded trustworthy enough, at least on other expeditions. Despite problems with drinking and debts, he was known by other backpackers to get people anywhere they wanted to go in a country as protective of its nature as New Zealand. Better yet, he was willing to accept one $500 now and the other half upon return. I get how easy it is to find yourself robbed or reneged on while traveling, but my gut about others has never gotten me into serious trouble before, and most people are going to be on their best behavior once you involve the promise of more money after the service. It's not like I was trying to score weapons or drugs. I just wanted to visit an island that was a pain in the ass to get to otherwise. It didn't take much convincing, since he needed cash ASAP. He didn't understand why I wanted to go out there, but didn't need to. Not like he could get inside my head and feel what I do whenever I get to spend a couple days in remote isolation. We get going the next morning, and he's sober when I show up at the dock. His boat is old, but quite large for a crew of one, so I figure it can hold the amount of fuel we'll need for a round trip. He tells me he'll give me my 60 or so hours on the island while he fishes a few dozen clicks off the coast. All he wants in return, if I happen to see any, is a penguin skeleton. Hell if I know why. Do you even ask when you hear a request like that? The old rickety ship is no yak, but I've had worse. I even get my own broom closet-sized room with a cot. And he spends most of each day blasting satellite radio music of all genres. He just plays whatever he feels like, a bit of everything. Endless ocean in all directions is a familiar habitat, and quickly gets boring after some initial excitement. I wish I understood celestial navigation and all the other techniques ancient people employed to find new lands. But at least the southern constellations, like always, give me a sky far fewer people in the world get to see nightly. And he's got GPS, and the weather is mostly clear the whole way, so we aren't slowed by the long night hours. Being in the ocean under a moonless, starry sky is, well, there's nothing else like it. I'm always wondering what's swimming around in the boat in that inky blackness, and how deep the water goes. Then, when you eventually come up on a big rock that has just lingered there in the middle of nothingness for millions of years, I dunno. It's like the closest thing we have in this era to being adrift in space and stumbling on an empty alien planet. I've been almost everywhere, but this was my first visit to this country. I should have come sooner. It's a captivating place, the last remnants of a submerged landmass called Zealandia, over 90% of which is now underwater. Meaning that whatever can still poke above the waves used to be mountain ranges a few dozen million years ago. Campbell Island was once a peak at the far southern tip of what was recently on a geological scale a large microcontinent. We arrived around noon, and it wasn't exactly a breathtaking sight. I'd been to islands that left a better first impression. After I was dropped off on a beach at the northern end, I found myself alone again in a strange land at last. The best feeling. I feel compelled out of a sake of story completion to briefly describe the island. Even though if I don't make it, whoever finds this sketchbook probably knows more about it than I do. It's a little over 40 square miles, its tallest peak reaches around 1,600 feet, and it has a peninsula in the west and two fjords that nearly cut the island in half, with the one in the south much larger than the northern one. Like most subantarctic islands, vegetation is more about the lichens and wary coastal shrubs, though this place is also known for its strange wildflowers with huge leaves called megaherbs, and its single invasive tree. I know there's an unmanned weather station somewhere, but I don't have much interest in man-made structures during my remote visits. Okay, admittedly, I think I actually want to describe the island out of fear that I'm losing my mind. I need to rationalize this place as a real, natural, normal chunk of land in the ocean, because something isn't right here. As soon as I stepped onto the beach and took a deep breath of the chilly and salty air, I put in the coordinates to the spruce on my GPS unit and started my hike, the waypoint being the middle of the barren island. First thing I always do is get to wherever is furthest from water, to see if it's a spot where I still feel like I'm on an island at all. Campbell is not one of those places. Finding the tree was also anticlimactic. Resting near the southern fjord, its canopy blends in with the green fields around it, and I assume because of the lower annual sunlight, poor soil, and lack of rainfall, it is not an impressive Sitka spruce. Instead of being a giant towering over the island, it is a stunted, stout thing that looks like a large piece of broccoli. Most of the local bird species seem to ignore it, like they don't possess the concept of a tree. Even so, I had still made it to the most remote tree in the world, and after touching it and having a protein bar under its shade, I stepped back and got a drawing it while I had daylight. The island was quiet, the loudest sound being the rustling of grasses in the wind. Any bird noise was in the distance, and I couldn't hear any insects. As I capture my landscapes and study every curve and point of interest, I think about how few people have walked here. It's as if I own the island, like I'm the only one allowed to be here. This is the high I chase. As the sun begins to set as early as I expected it would, given the time of year, I try some of the local liquid by sipping 6-foot lake through my life straw. Then I use the water in my propane cooker to boil noodles with vegetables and spices, giving me a filling meal under the twilight sky, followed by a pleasant sleep under stars that I can see through my tent. Lovely, for a brief moment, and I write all of this to help me remember my only nice day here. The nightmare began when I woke up and realized that my tent was some 50 feet closer to the tree than I remembered. It freaks the shit out of me at first, but I start thinking. There's no way I took the spikes out, moved the entire tent, and hammered them back in while sleepwalking, which I've never done as far as I know. I look for the original holes from the spot up on a hill where I swear I'd parked my gear, but I can't find them. Not that they might not be there, hidden under the grass and megherbs. What am I supposed to do? Spend all day tracking down my exact prior location to make sure I'm not delusional? I have better things to do. So I assume I'd just been mistaken and misremembered my spot after exhausting myself the day before. Things get worse. Shortly after a warm breakfast of jerky and powdered eggs, I hear approaching voices. Many voices. It sounds like they're being carried by the wind, making them hard to pinpoint, and the words don't come in clearly enough to decipher. But I know what's going on. Somewhere on this island is a tour group, here to gawk at God knows what and ruin my day. Or worse, spot me and report my misanthropic ass to the authorities. For a while, I hang back behind a big rock, where I have a good view of the tree down in the valley, and wait for the tourists to inevitably swing by and have a picnic under the world's most remote overgrown shrub. Until they're done with their checklist, I wouldn't be able to settle anywhere to enjoy the solitude and draw some more. So, I wait. An hour goes by, and then another. I can still hear the voices moving around me, getting louder and quieter. Lauder and inane observations pollute the air. I can't tell how many there are, but they're annoying. Eventually, I get tired of waiting around and go looking for them. If they see me, whatever. I'd pay a fine and never come back to a place I only planned to see once anyway. I know they're nearby, a mile away at most. I get up higher and look around in all directions, seeing nothing, wishing I had binoculars. I double-check my surroundings, and this time I spot them. An absurdly large group for the size of this distant island, at least a few dozen strong. Their clothes are brightly colored, and many of them are wearing shorts and shirts, even in this weather. They're walking away, rounding another hill as they continue to chuckle like idiots, or take selfies and look for cell signals or whatever it is tourists do. I take a seat and get back to waiting. I watch the hill, knowing there's a small peninsula beyond it. Eventually they'll have to double back or come around the other side. Unless their boat happens to be at the bottom of a sheer cliff. But why am I so worried? It's not like faces stand out to tour guides, right? I could tell them I was always there and happened to be forgettable. Not like they would believe I was out here on my own. Then I could follow them around for a bit, maybe get some free food, and disappear again as they head out. But some part of my brain is already asking, is this normal? No group that big is going to be on a boat for several days to see this island. Then I second-guess myself. Nah, maybe there's an Antarctica cruise passing by, and they got here on a tender, a stop along the way. Late in the season for it, but sure. At this point, I just mostly want to know what they're doing on my island, so I walk over, get around the hill, and I don't see them. Nothing but the edge of a tall cliff and endless ocean. Somehow, I must have missed them. No, there's something strange here. A pile of shoes, messily tossed into a mound of their own. Enough to be everybody's. There's no way I'm thinking. No way they all jumped from this height into freezing water for a sudden swim. Is there even water down there? How's the tide? I crawl over to the cliff and look down, making sure the ground is sturdy. Around 70 feet down, there are skeletons. A lot of skeletons. Piles of bones. Covering the rocky beach as low tide waves brush at the tips of fleshless corpses. The sight is so strange and unexpected that at first, It doesn't even really hit me that they aren't people-shaped. They're birds. Large birds, hundreds of them, penguins. Like an entire colony gathered up in place and all dropped dead at once. No sign of the tourists. I returned to camp to process the last few hours. I realized that I may have been seeing things, hallucinating, or having a bizarre waking dream. It gets me feeling anxious, all out of sorts. I have no appetite and stress is getting to me. I think I'm going to go check that spot again at sunset. If the shoes are still there, I could pick some up, feel them to see if they're actually solid. There is an erased and marked out paragraph here. It's impossible to tell what it once said. I'm not surprised. No shoes. Not sure why, but I might be losing my mind. I doubt the bone pile as well. If it's real, it's now covered up by high tide. I have a feeling I also only imagined it. My boat pilot doesn't have a satellite phone, so I'm stuck here until he picks me up 2 mornings from now. Just gonna breathe and try to take it easy until then. At least I still have the island to myself. I'll move the camp before it gets any darker. A change of scenery might help. I hope I don't have a brain tumor or worse. There are 2 pages of sketches depicting a campfire and camping gear, likely made to kill time and let Trevor get his mind off things. God damn it, and what the fuck? I woke up at dawn close to the tree again, and this time my entire campsite had moved. I was at least a half mile away, and somehow I took it all down and set it back up in my sleep. This has to be some severe form of hallucination or losing time or God knows what. Why does this tree seem to have a supernatural pull on me? I'm going to set up on the opposite side of the island tonight, get as far away from that thing as possible. Maybe I never should have come here. The next page of writing is faint and imprecise. Written by a weak hand. I feel like shit, whole day gone hate this island. Was running out of the good canteen water and wanted to save the rest for later, so started day with a bottle filled at a pond near the tree. Looked clear and safe enough, drank from worse. Tasted strange, but that isn't unusual. Next thing I know, I'm throwing up, in serious pain. Never had the filters fail me like that. There could have been a chemical in the water, but can't explain why. Island is almost untouched by man. Even after I lost my breakfast, I still keeled over and lost all feeling in my arms and legs. Then I experienced the worst trip in history. No real high, and I was just alone with my thoughts, in pain, with a twisted sense of time. I was paralyzed on the ground for hours, staring up at the sky, breathing but unable to blink. The clouds go by and fast forward, hundreds of miles an hour. Either I'm imagining them, or I'm skipping the hours, like my brain is only awake for 1 moment each minute. And meanwhile, the sound of the wind is compressed by time and comes all at once in a booming rumble. By the time feeling returns to my limbs, I've experienced over 5 hours of misery. And then another one before I'm fully functioning again. Pretty much all of my daylight, erased, spent on hard rocks and staring at the clouds while writhing in agony, yet not even actually moving. Hands are still weak. Used what strength I still have to move the camp, but I couldn't make it to the far end of the island. At this point, doesn't matter. I'll be picked up in the morning and can leave this place. Worst I've ever visited. I used a spare tent stake and rope to tie one of my legs to the ground. It wouldn't be impossible to get free in my sleep, but maybe the effort would wake me up. I don't know. I haven't eaten any of the local plants, so I'm thinking it's the tree doing this weird shit to me. Even though it's supposed to just be a normal old spruce, if not a unique one. I better not lose this peg. It's my last spare. I only have 5 left total, since the others I carry just in case have all gone missing. Going to sketch random places from memory until I fall asleep. Done with drawing this island. There are several pages worth of small, low-effort art. I can't identify any of the locations. I suppose this isn't a surprise, given that they're all isolated areas and remembered from Trevor's past, but I did find myself questioning how accurate the sketches might be, or if they depict real places at all. It's unclear if he was aware of this, but each landscape, no matter its location, features a tree like Campbell Islands in the distance, fully penciled in like a shadow or silhouette. Consciously or otherwise, the tree is stuck in his head. Am I still alive? I think so. Heart's been pounding all night, feels like. My nerves are fucked, but I can hold my pencil steady enough now to write from a seaside alcove I found, and there's enough sunlight to see my words. Been hiding here for a few hours, waiting for it to leave me alone. Don't come to this island. Not unless it gets napalm bombed first. I woke up around 3 in the morning. My sleeping bag was a mess and all my shit was knocked over. Like I had been thrashing around, trying to get free so I could get back to the tree again. My body couldn't figure it out. But that's okay because the tree found me instead. Loud snapping sounds were what jolted me awake. Over and over, I hear these cracks like bones being popped off or something in the distance. I'm freaking out in my tent, heart already racing, but I know I'm safest in there. This island has no big predators. The most dangerous animal would probably be a rampaging seal scooting around on land. Then the sounds stop and there's a loud groaning howl. Never heard anything like it, and I've slept in bear, wolf, and lion territory. The ground starts to tremble as some massive thing thumps its way towards my tent. I can hear a constant crackling of wood as an ungodly creature comes straight at me. It's not hunting, has no need to search me out. It knows exactly where I am, and there's no point in hunkering down. I free my leg, leave the tent, and run from what I'm not sure. I move as fast as my legs can take me, going up rugged hills, tripping over rocks. Whatever's chasing me keeps up, is always right at my back. When I finally reach a valley clearing where all that's ahead is tall grass, I look over my shoulder and see the giant shadow of a tree top, blowing in the wind. But the moon is low enough in the horizon to light up the trunk. I'm in a living nightmare. The tree is a hunter, a monster, some demon that escaped from a forest in hell. It has no face or human-like features. It's appropriately closer to a carnivorous plant in appearance. It has a large, gaping vertical mouth that splits it down the middle, with rows of serrated wooden teeth. The weight of its limbs should have ripped the trunk in half, but the beast is strong enough to have both working jaws and a structure that can support itself. Its roots are out of the ground, gnarled, gangly, and wriggling, giving it dozens of spider-like limbs for mobility. I'm unsure if it has eyes or how it senses the world around it, but looking back at it seems to make it angrier. It opens its giant crushing snap trap of a mouth, and there's nothing but more wood inside. It can't lunge since it would just fall over, so instead its roots crawl towards me, aiming for my legs. I jump backwards, barely escaping, and push my addled body into a sprint. Now that I've seen the terror pursuing me, I move even faster. It lets out another roar and resumes the chase. Somehow I'm now outpacing it, and its bark crackling skitters fade into the distance. I keep running until I hit the beach and duck into a recess in the cliff. It's as good a hiding place as I'm going to get, and I figure it'd have a hard time getting to me, seeing as how it's a tree monster and all. Right, a tree monster. Christ. Now that more time has passed and I read these words, I can see how insane this all sounds. It was just another hallucination. Has to be. Thing is, what happened a few hours ago felt so real that I could not believe it. Maybe this was just the second half of a chemical overdose, one that was so strong at the start that it paralyzed me. I tried datura and ayahuasca both once in my life, just to say I did, and my experiences were so bad that I swore off nearly all drug use afterwards. If I'm prone to bad trips, question is, what the hell did I ingest? I haven't gone native enough to try any of the weird megaherbs that are everywhere, so it couldn't be them. Having a chance to think, I got 2 explanations. One nutty than the other, assuming it's not severe food poisoning, exhaustion, or dehydration. Either the tree is the sole apex predator of the island and an undiscovered carnivorous plant that can emanate psychic waves of some kind, or part of it has psychotropic properties. The leaves, its bark, something too small to see, or maybe it's pollen. This is far from the right season for it to be pumping the stuff out, but it might build up over time in the area, concentrating, caking everything like dust. Could explain why any water near the tree would be rich with it. In any case, I'm out of here. I wrote as I returned to my campsite to pack up, trying not to think about this island anymore. I checked on the tree from a safe distance. Still where it's supposed to be. It never came to life and chased me. Just a drug-fueled nightmare. I'm back at the beach for pickup. Not much more to say. God-awful rock. Would not recommend a visit. There could be money to be found in reporting my discovery to some New Zealand scientists, but I doubt it's worth the trouble. I want out of this hemisphere. Still waiting. Waiting some more. Guy's 2 hours late. Well, shit. Or sketch of the view from the coast. The lines are harsh and angry. Screw it. If I'm swearing off NZ for a while anyway, they can ban me from wherever all they want. I just turned on my satellite phone and asked for a rescue, explained my whole situation, told them my ship captain is either off drunk in the ocean or back at the bar having forgotten about me. I know they're mad. I could hear it in their voices. Even so, they're sending me a boat and gave me some survival tips to try out until they get here. My food should last. They also want me to find and wait at the island's weather station since they know where it is and can meet me there. Thing is, their directions weren't very clear, but I guess I have plenty of time to look for it. After the person I was talking to seemed to relax a bit, he told me this wasn't the first time someone had come out here on their own. Though it's rare, I'm guessing the others wanted to see the tree too. I would have ended up on this island eventually, regardless of the damn tree. Place beckoned me feels like. I think the effects of the pollen, or whatever, are finally wearing off. I could kill some time and write about what I know of this island. Remind myself again that it's just another blip in the ocean, nothing to be afraid of. As far as we know, assuming the Eerie or Polynesians didn't make it this far south first, the island was discovered by Frederick Hasselborough in 1810, captain of a sealing ship. He would mysteriously drown off its coast shortly thereafter. After the local seals were all hunted, the island was on occasion used for whaling over the years. Some scientific research, sheep herding, and during World War II was the site of a coastal watch station, along with the weather post that used to be temporarily manned for some seasons. The island has only seen minimal, sporadic inhabitants. Did I get that all right? Whoever finds this book, if I don't make it, can correct a court if I'm wrong. The tree is thought to have been planted around the turn of the century by a New Zealand governor, perhaps in an effort to start a lumber trade. But this has never been confirmed. I suppose it's possible, however unlikely, that the tree is actually even older than that and just hadn't been discovered for the first century of the island's known existence. It does kind of blend in with the green surroundings and is in a valley far from any other landmarks. It would have once been even shorter and less noticeable. It does make me wonder whether it's somehow been here for a very long time or was indeed planted by someone, why its closest relatives in a native land are thousands of miles away in the northeast, across the Pacific. I should have paid more attention to the stories I skimmed over about the island from other backpackers that came alone or in small groups. I only glanced over remarks like, felt like I was being watched, or I'd really weird dreams while on the island, and I found the tree, and I swear I felt a negative energy coming from it. I don't take comments like this seriously, so I didn't read over any of these experiences in full. Not that they would have kept me from visiting. Well, none of that made me feel better. It's almost over just the same. Going to take it easy until rescue arrives. Bodhi still has some recovering to do. Ere messy. Chaotic sketch of a horrifying tree creature covers the next 2 pages, making it the only full spread drawing in the book. The lines are so dark and forceful that the paper is torn in places. Tatit, no. I did not draw that nightmare. Maybe my hands did while I had one, but it was no waking work. And yet I swear I slept peacefully last night, if not uncomfortably. I should rip it out and throw it into the ocean. I want to. But damn, I need to plan out my options. It terrifies me, but I actually really might not make it home. So maybe I should keep this art, if it can be called that. In case someone finds this sketchbook, they might believe what I'm going through. See the madness that's taking hold of me. There's something else going on here. More than just hallucinogenic pollen. I'm not sure if I am acting out in my sleep, or only forgetting things, because looking back, I've lost time on the island. The days are short, but they feel even shorter than they should be. Am I having blackouts? I'm as far from the tree as I can be, yet it makes no difference. Could I cut it down? It would take a long time, assuming I can even find a jagged enough rock. A boat might get here by the time I'm actually done. Then again, I'm not confident I can last one more night here. Running and hiding might not be a solution. I need to work up the courage to study the tree. Try to learn something about it. I have to be rational. There's no logic in being afraid of a goddamn tree unless you're in Australia. But first, the inexplicable things continue. I got delayed on the way to the tree and lost a little more of my mind in the process. I haven't been watching my footing that much here, and I trip over an exposed tree root. I'm already in a bad mood, so I get up and give it a kick with my boot. Then I realize something. I'm about a mile away from the only tree, so why is there a root here? I must be mistaken. It has to be the top of a buried rock. I get a closer look, and it's unmistakably a tree root. I slice into it with my pocket knife and see that it's alive and healthy. I can't shrug this off. I know some trees can form huge colonies, like aspens, but it wouldn't be just roots covering miles of land. There has to be a reason. It's just one segment of a root, a fluke. Maybe it's the remnant of a large shrub. I get on my knees and dig. Just a foot deep or so in the dirt, I see another root. I pick up chunks of dirt and expose more of the rug tendril, pointing in the direction of the tree in the distance. I move to a different spot, do more digging. More roots in thick clusters in places. They wrap around rocks, cause barren spots in the grass where megaburbs can't grow, and are seemingly endless. I must have dug a couple dozen holes across a swath of land, and all the roots radiate from the tree. Is the entire island covered? If the tree is alive in some way normal trees are not, are the roots like a sensory organ? Thinking too much, coming up with insane ideas. Just need a good look at the tree. Have to see how ordinary and boring it is. The final illustration in the book is disturbing, and I've been asked to not share it with anyone until the investigation is complete. Sorry about that, mate. But don't worry. Our artist describes the scene in detail. Fortunately, doing this part of my job for me, I have no more words. I can't begin to explain any of this. Was it all me? Have I completely lost my mind? I don't understand. I can't wrap my head around what's happened to me, or the tree, or this island. It's cursed, haunted, taken over by something evil. I hated drawing this, but I had to. I don't have a camera, so this is the best I can do to try and share my discovery. If I did this, if someone finds the evidence, know that I'm sorry. I wasn't conscious of it. Swear to God. Who I doubt has been to this place any time recently. I hadn't walked around the tree since the first time I looked at it, the only other time I got near the thing willingly. So I can't say how long this horrific sight had been hiding behind it, out of view. When I approached the tree, nothing looked unusual, until I started walking around it to the side facing a hill. Then I see a fire pit. It's mostly ash surrounded by small rocks. A few bits of wood burned to cinders. It must be from some previous backpackers. I just missed it the first time. But I no longer trust my thoughts. I feel lingering dread and doubt. I go to the fire pit and feel the remaining gray wood. It's not smoldering, but is still warm. I already know that I made a fire last night, and maybe the one before too. No, I don't remember doing it, but it makes more sense than someone else just happening to be on the island as well, unseen. But why would I make a fire out here? Not for warmth, that's what I had a tent for. Not to make a smoke signal, especially if I was doing it at night. Was I doing some kind of cult like we're tribal shit out here? Performing rituals, worshipping and making sacrifices to some tree deity. I was definitely burning dead branches and leaves, breathing in the fumes. Why me? Just because I don't like and try to avoid people, do I deserve to be punished? I'd never want to hurt anyone, animal or human. What I saw when I got up from the fire pit and turned around isn't me. I swear it isn't. Whoever finds this journal, don't condemn me, please. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't use my missing tent spikes to nail bird corpses to the side of a tree. No healthy, sane person does that. How did I even get my hands on these birds? I've never been great at sneaking up on animals. And where did the blood go? I don't see a drop. Did I drain them, or did something else soak all of it up? I'm seeing things now. Feel like I'm floating. I just want to wake up. And as my drawing shows, it wasn't only seabirds. I have no idea when my boat pilot came ashore to look for me, or how I overpowered him, lifted up the big guy against the tree, and nailed 3 pegs into him. What must have he seen at the end? A deranged, raging beast that was much stronger than he looked. Or did some other side of me invite him over to the fire and get him drunk first? Or poison him with what's also ruined me? This goddamn tree. It's making me feed it. Or I do it willingly and forget afterwards. Being on this island has broken my brain. I'm not sure what's real anymore, and I don't have a grip on what little here is real. I can't let anything bad happen to the people on their way to rescue me. That's now the most I can do. They don't deserve to get hurt. This has to stop before it happens again. I don't have much I can use, but I'm going to cut or burn down this bastard of a tree if it kills me. I'll hide this book where the roots can't reach. If whoever finds it has any power to do so, and I didn't succeed, then please quarantine the island, or at least erase that spruce from existence. Whatever happened to it, or wherever it came from, it's no common tree. Again, I'm sorry for coming here, for being unlikable, all of it. But I'll still try to do one good thing. The last words in the sketchbook are some personal remarks to family and information like phone numbers and addresses. Out of respect for the missing, I didn't include this portion of the discovered journal. High response from Teddy: "Oh man. Dalton, if this is a joke, then you need to start writing a horror movie. If it's all real, if only from this guy's perspective, then I'm not sure what to say. I've only been to Campbell once. Felt like the end of the world down there if it was on a flat plain. But an evil demon tree. There has to be an explanation for delusions like that. Anyway, I did the proofreading, and I'll forward this to the boss. Anxious to see what he's going to say about it. Do you want to summarize the attempted rescue, for the record? I have a feeling that those above us aren't paying much attention to this yet. I'm up for that drink. I'll help you get your story straight for a write-up on Monday. Least until we get too shickered to remember what we're on about." Response from Dalton: "Good seeing you again yesterday, mate. As promised, here's a rundown of what me and my crew saw when we got to the island." The other team went ashore to begin the search while we circled the island. We found an abandoned fishing boat crashed against rocks on the north side, big enough for week-long voyages. A little banged up but salvageable after a tow, hadn't been there more than a few days. Too dangerous to board at its resting angle, but we determined no one was inside. On our second pass, we located its mooring point about 300 meters away. Looked like the rope had snapped on first glance, though when I got a closer look, I wasn't so sure. The threads were frayed similar to sudden breakage, but it could have also possibly been cut over time with a small knife. During our third and final pass, we found something else, a little makeshift flag, a piece of orange fabric stuck onto a tent support rod sticking out of a pile of rocks on the beach. I went ashore and found the sketchbook hidden among those rocks. Flipped through it and thought it was a strange art project at first. After having read its contents, I get why its owner hid it on a rocky beach. In his mind, he was afraid the tree could find it. We then get called inland by the other team, who want our help looking for a missing American and local fishermen. There's no sign that either of them went to the weather station. No evidence of fires, food containers, or even a campsite. The place had been wiped clean. If not for the empty boat and the sketch pad, we would have called off the search sooner. As everyone else is scoring the island for any hint of them at all, I start flipping through the book and stare at its unsettling drawings. They aren't high quality or anything special, and certainly not from a seasoned horror artist. Yet the events and assumed hallucinations they illustrate do suggest something very unusual and distressing happened here over the past few days. The art gets me to start reading what parts I can of the messy journal again. Good job, Teddy, and I see mentions of monster trees, forgotten ritualistic sacrifices, nightmare acid trips, and an island spanning root system. We weren't there on the government's dime to investigate anomalous flora, and the tree is of course protected. But even so, I did convince a few of us to devote some time to looking for roots extending far from their source. We dug 30 or so small holes and saw nothing out of the ordinary. There's also nothing to note about the tree itself. No bodies, no dead animals, no blood, no tent spikes. There are a few holes in the trunk, but it's impossible to tell if they're fresh or made by survey teams over the years. We noticed some real but superficial damage to the tree. A sharp-edged rock was used to chop into its trunk, only getting 2 or 3 centimeters deep. Given that said rock was partially buried within throwing distance of the tree and looked like it had landed with a hard impact, it may have been thrown. The small scar in the tree is leaking a dark, sticky sap that caused a burning sensation on my finger when I unintentionally touched it. I'd actually be worried about this after reading the entire journal, but I cleaned all of it off and haven't noticed any symptoms over the week, not even a rash. And that's really about all I can report from my end. The search turned up no trace of the missing. 6 hours on the island with drones and dogs, and we found next to nothing. Where this goes from here is now up to the brass. I'm not claiming that the tree is innocent. Maybe has mutated and can produce a psychostimulant. But this sounds more like a prolonged panic attack or mental episode. Something undiagnosed and triggered by a period of isolation. If this story gains traction, I can see it becoming New Zealand's version of the Flannan Isles Lightest mystery. Whatever happens, we shouldn't forget that the two real people at the center of it all have disappeared. Poor blokes. Response from Teddy. 1 week later, Dalton. I know we're back to our usual menial work, but I figured you'd still be interested in the lab results concerning the Campbell tree. The bark, pollen, lignin, sap, and leaf samples all have some odd alterations to the DNA structure and markers. Not to the point where it should have psychotropic cells, or make the tree sterile or incompatible with its species, but enough to suggest that it is a hybrid or mutated over time. One of the lab boys joked that maybe the damn lonely thing wasn't getting any responses from Lady Trees, and made itself more potent to compensate. I called him an idiot, and he knows that's not how it works, but I don't know, still kind of makes you think about evolution or adaptation. It's been by itself for at least a century. So, who am I to assume? Speaking of age, a sample of its ring showed some abnormalities too. The layers are more numerous and denser than expected. Could have to do with the weather and sunlight down there. Nothing major, just mentioning it. Response from Dalton, I heard another scientific expedition was approved and some big names were mentioned, but it's hard to find details. Boss is being aloof, like it's some big secret. I asked if I could be on the team, just out of curiosity, and didn't even get a response. The sketchbook even got confiscated by some other department, so we should keep the digitized files in a safe place. Vibes are off around here. Wouldn't be surprised if we soon get asked to delete everything. Response from Teddy, 3 days later, well, you were right, I was just asked to erase my files, and now the department heads are concerned about leaks. Do you have any idea what's going on? I've worked here a decade and have never seen an attempt to scrub files like this. I can't get answers. What did they find down there? I'll do what they say and wipe my data, but I really want to know what they discovered that has them in a panic. There are rumors at the office that travel to the island just became totally prohibited. This can't all be from one stunted spruce, can it? Response from Dalton, Teddy, I recommend you let this go. Yesterday, there was a late-night emergency meeting in our conference room. I don't know who our bosses were talking to, but I happened to be working late as well and tried my best to listen in. Most of what they were saying made no sense to me, and I was only there for a minute or so, what with security having been tightened. But one thing they said stood out, and I swear I heard it. They were talking about the ultrasound results, how they scanned the entire trunk of the tree, and then someone's voice rises and I hear, clear as day before he gets shushed. Aren't you going to mention the 7 bodies? 7. I remember thinking, how many people have disappeared on this island? I overheard a few other things, including the possibility of sending armed soldiers to Campbell. But it wasn't until I got home after a long day that I got a chance to piece it all together and realize where those bodies are. If this has happened before, Mr. Miller and probably the boat pilot are just the latest victims. Victims of what exactly? Of the island, sure, but what happened to them? How did 7 human-shaped masses get inside of a tree? Lowly government employees like us are never going to find out, Teddy. If you want to keep this crappy job, try to forget all about this whole thing. Don't go looking into it. Don't let this get out. Delete your work and never go back to that island. It's either the tree or that entire place that's cursed. God forbid they brought back something more than just a few small samples. And if you absolutely must talk about this one last time, meet me for a pint this weekend. Usual place. I remember seeing it in the snow. I've been saying this for 32 years now, saying it to friends. family, the people I trust. When I was 16, I visited my friend Eric and his family over winter break, and the only thing I could remember was seeing something in the snow. I would try to remember anything else about the trip. What we did, what we talked about, did we watch something, anything, but I couldn't. I asked Eric if he remembered anything from that week, and he couldn't either, only that I was visiting for winter vacation. He used to be my neighbor when I lived in Saranac Lake, but he moved away to Plattsburgh in 1990, which was the year I visited. Or so I thought. When I mentioned this to Eric, he told me his family never moved to Plattsburgh, they moved to Watertown. It didn't make sense. I always remembered it being Plattsburgh. I used to make fun of his school football team, calling them the Plattsburgh Platypuses. Then I remembered the blizzard. It hit the night I came out to visit and knocked out the power. Eric, again, told me that never happened. Even his parents, Howard and Sherry Millen, disagreed with me, but I remember the snow and wind so clearly. I asked them if they remembered anything from that week, and they hesitantly answered no. They were worried Eric was freaking out too. The whole week was a blank spot in our memories, and we couldn't remember a thing. It was as if it was erased from our minds. Pretty soon, all I knew for an absolute certainty was that something was outside in the snow, standing there watching us with red, glowing eyes. We all knew something weird was happening. It took years, but things were coming back to me. People, places. I remembered the neighbors, the Holts, who would always ask us to help them carry in firewood, but Eric's parents insisted they never knew any Holts. How could they forget them? Mike Holt was a retired deputy. He was enormous. He was always out in his garden tending to his vegetables. And then I remembered the Marlings and Nick Marling, Eric's friend, who was supposed to go ice fishing with us that week. He was his best friend up there. Eric swore he never had a friend named Nick. I couldn't believe it. I was almost positive I knew him. He was obsessed with his Nintendo, had braces, and was taller than us. And then there was the snow. Something about it felt off. Ever since that week, seeing snow made me very paranoid, but I didn't know why. Then I remembered something that almost made me cry. Jake, Eric's baby nephew. I kept crying and crying for no reason the more I thought of him. Something horrible must have happened to him. Max, Eric's older brother, came up from Pennsylvania for Christmas with his wife Rebecca, and they brought their son Jake to see his grandparents for the first time. I vividly remember him. He had these green eyes that looked like Jolly Ranchers. Howard said he had his grandfather's smile. I mentioned him to everyone because I was freaking myself out. How did we all forget about Max and Rebecca's kid? Then Max called. He told me they never had a kid, that Rebecca was infertile. I felt paranoid again. Eric told me to see someone, so I did, and my counselor wanted me to write down everything I could remember before I forgot. That's what this is, I guess, a memory log. Something bad happened in the winter of 1992, and now I'm going to try and remember as much as I can. The house I remember going to that week, Eric's new home, was large and one story. The property was even larger. Eric's aunt Madeline lived in the guest house next door. Madeline was Sherry's sister. Her husband passed away in 1991. I remember her house as clear as day. It was bright red, had 2 stories, an ornate white balcony, and a bunch of firewood out back. Eric's parents had a pond in the backyard, one with a red bridge over it, and a thin sliver of forest separated their property from the Marlings. In the day, I remember just barely seeing the Marling house through the trees. Since the McMillans were the first on the block, their only neighbors were the Holts, Mike, and I think Lucille. I can't remember any other neighbors, but there had to be more, right? It was a subdivision. There were like 7 other homes. I just don't remember them. It's so weird. How can I forget what houses look like? Honestly, I can't remember anything beyond the Holts and the Marlings' houses. It's like everything around us was just snow and fog, like nothing else existed in the world. I don't remember the drive itself, but it was the last trip my dad and I took before his fatal heart attack. As soon as I arrived, we all ate and caught up with each other. Howard kept telling us he was planning on selling his architecture firm, and Max was going on about the pipe fitters union. I asked Sherry if she could help land me a job as an assistant photographer for the paper she wrote for, and Eric, he was playing with Jake. They were playing by the window. I remember that so clearly. Jake kept wanting to watch the snowfall. He was obsessed with it. It wasn't like he was happy or excited or even scared. He was just obsessively and blankly watching it. Thinking about that night, I remember seeing the Marlings' house across the pond, a string of orange, glowing lights flickering through the trees. The more I try to remember it, the shape, the windows, the color, the more anxious and nervous I get. I don't know why. Something about those lights. They had to stay on for whatever reason they had to stay on. I remember Howard saying, if the lights are on, the Marlings are okay, but if they ever go out, then we're all in real trouble. I think we were in the middle of watching a movie when the blizzard knocked the power out. Everything just went dark. Yes, now I remember. Normally you could see the city lights from Plattsburgh. This fiery glow way off in the distance and on the other side of the forest. It always looked like a big bonfire, the orange lights bouncing off the clouds. I remember that now. The city lights always left this weird, menacing impression on me, something red and sinister in the middle of nowhere. Something terrible lurking beyond the trees. But that night, Plattsburgh was dark, and then Howard said something that irked me. Storms knocked out the power all the way out to Plattsburgh. Jesus, you can't even see it anymore. It's just gone. The whole area went dark, probably for miles, and the snow just kept falling and falling. I don't even remember any wind. We probably took out all the blankets and candles and flashlights for the night. Eric and I were bunked out on the couch watching the snow. He told me he remembered having a conversation with me, that I was sad about going to a different school than him. I could believe that. But that night, before I drifted off, I remember seeing it in the snow. It was across the pond, staring at me. 4 legs, weird head, and pale red eyes. I asked Eric if he remembered seeing anything that night, and he didn't. It was just me. All I can remember about the next day was the snow. It just kept falling, and everything was so white. It scares me. Why can't I remember the day? It's just the snow, over and over, and Jake. Jake was watching the snow. The more I think about him, the better I can remember. Something about the snow. There was something wrong with it. I think Jake knew it. He was crying he didn't want to go outside. Max and Rebecca wanted to play with him, but he was crying and kicking and screaming. He was afraid of the snow. That's right, he had to stay inside with us. When Eric was getting ready to go down to the pond to fetch water for the toilets, Jake was crying and saying, "Don't go." He said something else, but I can't remember. Jake spent most of the day staring out the window, kept pointing at something. There. He kept saying that. I wonder if he saw it too. The rest of the day is just a blank fog. Howard has a burner kit, so I figure we probably used it. Max loves board games, so I assume we probably played a few. Eric doesn't remember much of anything that day, but he does remember finding me in the bedroom. I was sad. Apparently, I didn't want to leave. I suppose that makes sense. Once Eric moved away, I was virtually alone at school. He was my best friend, and I barely saw him anymore. He told me I was crying when he found me. It's strange that he remembers that, and I don't. I remember the bedroom, though. It was in the basement. Howard furnished it when they moved in. Sherry had a copy of The Dark Half down there, and the basement door locked, I think, from the other side. But I remember that night, though. It's the craziest thing, but I suddenly remember a lot. I was with Jake, and we were playing by the window. He said, "Look." And when I looked up, I saw these weird blue lights flashing on the horizon. They were coming from town. "No, not that," Jake whispered. He was looking up at the roof, at the skylight. Something was moving up there. It was right over us. We all heard it. I remember Eric saying that he saw something crawling up there. I think we all just thought it was an animal or the ice scraping. Eric and I grabbed this old lantern we found and ran outside to see if we could spot it. Those weird blue lights were still flashing on the horizon. We ran out past the deck and aimed the flashlight at the roof. And out of the corner of my eye, I swear to God, I saw something run. Eric, of course, doesn't remember a thing, but I swear I saw something up there. I kept asking, "Did you see it? Did you see it?" Then, as Eric looked around us, he let out a shocked, "Whoa." Everything looked like glass. The trees, the deck, the bridge, the bushes, it all looked like it was made of glass. The snow had been melting all afternoon, I think, and at night, When the temperatures dropped, all that melted snow turned to ice. It produced this gorgeously haunting effect. These big mounds of sparkling white powder, wrapped in a thin sheet of glassy ice. It was so beautiful. We walked around the house for a bit. It was so quiet and ominous. The flashlight could only reach so far. The darkness was too thick. The light would hit a bush and shimmer off the ice, and it seemed like it was the only thing in the darkness with us. The branches dangled and chimed like a delicate crystal chandelier. Eric vaguely remembers this too. We came up on the big maple tree next to the pond, peering our flashlights up its seemingly endless trunk, and watching it sway and creak and moan from all that ice weight. Then I saw the Marlings' house. The lights were still on. Then, from the corner of my eye, a flash. And suddenly this screaming, or was it a howling? No, it was hissing. Eric and I quickly turned around and saw the transformer next to Aunt Madeline's house was sparking. The ice must have shorted the fuses. Howard told us that's probably what the flashes were from town. He lamented, "We probably won't be getting power for a days now." I asked about the scraping sound on the roof. He shrugged. Probably the ice sliding. Eric wanted to visit Nick that night to see how he was holding up. I don't think we did. I remember not liking Nick all that much. The next day, we found out the power lines were down, and I think Eric and I wanted to see them because I distinctly remember wading through the snow that morning. And the snow, there was more of it. That's right. Sherry wanted to bring Jake outside again, but he kept crying and crying. He was by the window. I had a cup of coffee, I think. The Macmillans had a piano in the front room that overlooked the backyard. I used to tease Eric about how he could never play it. Jake was right next to it. Rebecca was playing blocks with him. I walked over and sat on the piano stool and asked Jake why he was afraid of the snow. He told me, "Bad head." I didn't know what he meant. I still don't, but I remember feeling very uncomfortable. Now that I think about it, I'm willing to bet I was the one who wanted to see those power lines to see if I could find it. Sherry vaguely remembers her sister Madeline coming over. So maybe she told us about the power lines. She must have stopped by right after I talked to Jake. The snow trucks hadn't come yet. We were trekking through waist-high snow. I don't remember seeing anything. And I don't just mean the thing in the snow, I mean nothing. I don't remember seeing any other houses or street signs or cars or people. Just white snow like we were trapped in a snow globe. We must have seen the power lines because the image of those tangled, black wires is seared into my memory. I must have panicked when I saw them, as if the normal outside world was suddenly ripped away from me. I don't know what we did for the rest of the day. I asked Eric, and he told me I was obsessed with the trees. And his parents said I was getting all bent out of shape when Max went down to the pond to fill up the water buckets. Howard said I was yelling. I talked to Max, and he's at a loss for words too. Actually, Wake, I remember something now. The raven I saw in the tree, it was watching us. Maybe that's what I was yelling about. I brought it up with everyone, and it was Rebecca who remembered what happened. Eric and I were arguing about school. Max was getting ready to go outside, and suddenly I started yelling about the raven. I was pleading. It looks like a raven, but it isn't. Now I remember Jake pointed it out to me. He called it a bad bird. I was very vocal about it, but nobody else could see it. Then Rebecca said she did see something. We all did. We saw deer, raccoons, rabbits, other birds, foxes, coyotes, and wolves. They were all running out of the forest in one big stampede. They were scared. They were running from something. Howard asked, "What in the hell has them so spooked?" And then Sherry said, "Something awful, 'cause even the bears are running." I still can't believe it. How could we all forget something so surreal like that? And what the hell made them so scared in the first place? What was out there? Pieces are starting to come back to me. This was the first time I saw Eric actually scared of something. He backed up from the window, and Jakey kept saying, "Bad bird, bad bird." We both saw it perched up on that big maple tree looking right at us. I think I was in the basement for most of the afternoon because all that came to mind was that stupid book. That night, Eric and I were talking, maybe arguing. He mentioned Nick, and I remember going to the window to look at their house, to see their lights. It was the only house with power, and then, in a blink, the lights went out. It was like someone blew out a candle. The Marlings' house was there 1 second, and suddenly it was gone. I feel so much dread writing about it. The lights could never go out, but why? Something to do with the generator. Then Max yelled. Something's crawling outside their house. We all rushed to try and see it. It was Hank Marling. Howard saw him with his binoculars. He was trying to fix the generator. Right, the beam from his flashlight was swinging through the trees like a big searchlight. Everything felt wrong. Jake sensed it too. The last thing I can remember from that night was Jake saying, "No more." I don't think I slept well that night. Lots of anxiety, panic, nerves. I had a nightmare, but I don't remember what it was about. No, wake I do remember the howl deep. A guttural, almost preternatural roar unlike anything I had ever heard. How do I describe it? It sounded monstrous, reptilian, wounded, sad, and trailed off into a sharp hiss. God, it was awful. It startled me awake. I'm trying to think. All I can see is the snow, and the red eyes lingering over it in the dark. It was watching me sleep. It was the raven I think was in my nightmare. It roared at me, and then its eyes went red. The large chunks of the next day are missing from my memory. It had been days since the blizzard knocked the power out. We all remember doing something different, cooking on the burner. Crossword puzzles, board games, reading. Eric remembers visiting Aunt Madeline to see if she was holding up okay. Howard might have been shoveling the driveway. Everything just seemed like it was normal. Or maybe at the time, like I am right now, I was just trying to convince myself everything was normal. Maybe, deep down, I felt like I'd never see anyone again, that this would be the last day I would see Eric. It's a silly thought, and I'm trying to give my past self the benefit of the doubt. But maybe I was pretending like we were back in Saranac Lake when all of us were happier. Now, two things just came to mind. City water and power came out to check on us, and Eric and I helped Mr. Holt with his firewood. First, Plattsburgh Water and Power came out to check on us, I think. The guy driving the van was named Brian. Big puffy smile. He checked our breaker and walked down the power lines. Told us something unusual. What was it? The lines all over the city were just like the ones next to us. He wasn't smiling anymore. He just looked scared. He said something that made Eric and I very nervous, or maybe it was just me. God, what was it? Brian looked at the lines for a bit, and then he quickly rushed to his van. He was masking his emotions. I remember now. He said something had chewed through the lines. It irked him because it was the same bite marks all over the city. After inspecting so many chewed power lines, he expected to find an animal body sooner or later, but he never did. Whatever was that bit those lines, he told us it never once died from the electrical surge. Then, before he drove off, he admitted to himself out loud. It was coordinated. I just tried looking him up online. Plattsburgh is not serviced by local water and power, but by New York State Electric and Gas. But that's not what his van said. Now I wonder who the hell he was. The rest of the afternoon we were helping Mr. Holt bring firewood into his garage. That's why I remember him so clearly. He had a shed in the backyard, and his house was between us and the Marlings. Every time we went down to grab wood, Eric and I had our eyes fixed on the Marlings' house. It was dark and quiet, like a grim shadow that stood over us. No signs of life. Nothing. I might have asked Mr. Holt about Brian because he told us that the unusual disruption of power and, quote, bizarre sightings were due to a leak of SAR gas. I just now realize he saw it. The thing in the snow, he had to have seen it, right? Why else would he mention bizarre sightings? And SAR gas, I had to look it up. SAR gas is hydrogen sulfide. It could cause hallucinations and memory loss, but I don't buy that. It's too convenient. None of us remember smelling rotting eggs, and I bet at the time I wasn't buying it either. If that's what Brian told him, Brian who works for a company that doesn't exist, then were we involved in a cover-up? Is that what this is? I'm trying to keep a level head right now. Things are coming back to me now. Jesus, maybe it's true. And I know it has something to do with that thing I kept seeing. I still can't believe no one seems to remember Mr. Holt. I remember him, now, as clear as day. He was taller than Howard Stubble, thick-necked, serious eyes. Kept his lawn very manicured. He had a loaded shotgun somewhere in his house. Sherry would make lemon cake for him and his wife, Lucille. She was a sweet lady from what little I remember. She knitted a lot. Wait, she knitted us mittens once for Christmas. I found them made with love by Lucille Holt. And then her address on the name tag. I googled it, Street View. Oh God, it's the exact same subdivision I remember Jesus. It's just the way I remember it. Exactly where it should be in Plattsburgh. The McMillan's house with the guest house next to the telephone pole, the Holt's house, and across the backyard, perched up on the little hill, the Marling's house. My God, it was like staring at a ghost. I have to tell Eric. He found his mittens too. Name and everything. So did Max and Rebecca. They all have mittens from her. The Holts were real, I was right, Mike, and Lucille Holt were Eric's neighbors. Jesus, what happened to them? Why did we forget them? Where are they? Right now, we're all very worried, and I'm almost positive our memory loss is intentional. I have to try and keep remembering. It's all coming back to me now. I'm shaking. In the morning on the next day, I remember sitting next to Jake by the window, but I don't know if I talked to him or not. He was saying, "Bad head," over and over, and pointing at the Marlings' house. Then, in the afternoon, I remember arguing with Eric about Nick. He wanted to go over there and check on him, and I thought it was a dangerous idea. We were arguing a lot. Eric was about to open the patio door when, out of nowhere, Nick lunged in at us. He was scared, wild, and terrified. I remember his eyes. He was yelling, "Get inside! Get inside!" He pushes back into the living room and quickly locked the door. I saw he had a knife in his hand. We were all frantically asking what was happening, but Nick was too busy rushing to each window like he was being followed. Once Nick caught his breath, he explained what happened. Their generator broke, and when Hank went outside to check on it, he found the gas tank had been squeezed. His mom, Linda Marling, went outside to help him fix it. He said that was the last time he'd seen them, that they never came back inside. They were missing for a whole day. At first, he thought maybe they went for help, and Sherry asked him, help for what? Nick didn't respond, but his eyes told me he had seen it. I must have asked about the raven because I distinctly remember him saying, "It doesn't look like a normal raven." We argued for a bit, and finally, Howard decided to take the three of us up to the Marlings' house. I didn't go inside with them. I patrolled the backyard. I think a part of me wanted to see it. Whatever it was, I just had to see it. I remember pacing back and forth on the Marlings' deck. Everything was so unnaturally still, no wind, no birds, no ice. I was by their grill when I saw their generator. It was a beast, huge auxiliary gas tank, some ungodly voltage. That's what everyone meant. The Marlings had the best generator on the block. I just misremembered it's not that it could never go out. It's that it could only go out if something intentionally disrupted it, and something did. I remember seeing it crunched up like a wad of paper, just like it had been squeezed. But that wasn't what I remembered first. I was by their grill, I saw their generator, and then I heard something walking in the snow. First, I heard it to my right, then to my left. The snow was very crunchy. Every time my eyes darted to find whatever made that sound, it managed to slip away before I could see it. I slowly stepped off the deck and around the house. My heart was racing. And that's when I heard it climbing on the roof. I tried my best to keep calm and not flinch. I backed up against the wall, resisting the urge to look up. It was right over me. If it weren't for the crunchy snow, I never would have known it was up there. It didn't make a sound otherwise. Then, from the top peripheral of my eyes, long human fingers were slithering over the gutter. I bolted off the wall and looked up at the roof, and I swear to God it almost looked human. Large and gangly, spread out like a spider, but it fled before I could truly see it. Suddenly, Eric and the others stormed out of the garage. Howard was yelling, "We need to get back to the house now." He and Nick were arguing, practically shouting at each other. Eric grabbed my arm and said, "They saw giant claw marks all over the house." Howard said, "A wild bear is on the loose." The last thing I saw before running back to the house was the garage door wide open. That image is so clear to me because I think I remember seeing the shadow of it moving on the wall. When we got back to the house, everything was chaos. Lots of fear, lots of paranoia, lots of arguing and blaming. Jake was crying, Sherry and Rebecca took him to the bedroom. It was all mostly a blur. Once everyone settled down, Eric and Nick were by the window, and I think Eric resented me for something. I think everyone resented me except Nick. At some point, I might have mentioned the Raven again. I don't know. I just remember Nick suddenly being very anxious and determined. He was going to leave us, I don't know where or why, but it looked like he was ready to fight it. We begged him to stay, but he wanted to find his parents and maybe send help. The last thing he said before he left was, "Stay inside and lock the doors." Eric was mad at me for the rest of the day, but I don't know why. He doesn't remember anymore either. But when I asked Max, he told me he vaguely recalls Eric shouting, "You're lying to him." I don't understand what he meant by that. Who was I lying to? And about what? Maybe he means the Raven. No, I remember now. Eric didn't believe me when I told him what I saw on the Marling's roof. He thought I was crazy. Kept telling me to back off. He resented me for lying to him about it when I wasn't. Then when Nick left, he blamed me for it. He was so angry with me, how could I forget that? I spent the night alone in the basement again, staring at that book. Listen, it took months for me to remember what happened the next day, trying to piece everything together from frayed memories. The power had been out for 5 days at that point. No word from Nick. At first, I vaguely remembered sprinting through a house. Eric was chasing me with a gun, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized we were running from something. Now I have a good idea of what happened that day. The first thing I saw when I woke up was that Stephen King book. My anchor point. Upstairs, Eric was flustered. Something about the Holtz house. Eric saw something. I heard Jake talking over everyone. We all rushed down the hall and through the bedroom window. We saw that something had ripped the Holtz garage door off its hinges. A bear could never do that. It was enough for Eric to grab me and demand, "I need you to tell me about the Raven." "It doesn't look like a normal raven," I said. Then Jake whispered, "Bad head." I think Eric saw something in the Holtz garage that day. After that, everything changed. Next, I remember mittens. No, gloves. I had my gloves on. So did Eric and Max. We were going next door to check on the Holtz. Jake was crying. He didn't want Max to leave. Bad head, bad head. I think Eric was piecing things together. He started to believe me. "Something is out there," he said to us. He saw something. I know he did. His eyes were dilated with fear. We then quickly sprinted across the yard to the Holtz garage. Max was calling out their names. Both doors, the side door and the door to the laundry room inside, were torn off their hinges. We never heard a thing last night, at least not that I remember. The doorknobs were squeezed as if they were made of foil. Oh, God, it's all hitting me at once. I feel sick. Everything is so vivid now. Eric immediately darted inside, calling out to the Holtz, but they were gone. At first, we thought they were burglarized, or I assumed that's what we thought. I remember seeing their stuff thrown everywhere. The couch was flipped over, bookshelves ruined, broken glass all over the floors, tables and chairs scattered across the living room, food all over the kitchen. They must have been eating dinner when it happened. Eric was looking for them. Max and I were wandering around trying to figure things out. Max was the first to feel like something was off. I was thinking about it too. The dining room table was thrown into the living room. The chandelier was ripped out of the ceiling. Gunshots in the walls, pillows, shredded the carpet, had big scratch marks on it. My hands are shaking right now. Suddenly, I remember hearing Eric screaming. He was then running down the hall with Mike's shotgun. "It's here! Go! Go!" Run back to the house. He was screaming like he was being murdered. I always thought he was chasing me, jumping over chairs with that gun, but he wasn't. He was running from it. I remember seeing its shapeless silhouette on the wall. It was moving. Then that awful that howl. It felt like the sky exploded. We scrambled outside. I looked back, its hand slithered atop the roof. We all saw it. They finally knew they fucking saw it. We barged back into the house, more chaos, more yelling. We didn't have time to explain. Max and I were locking windows and shutting blinds. Eric finally said it. "It's not a bear. It's almost human." Jake screamed. "The skylight, it was the skylight." We heard it crawling on our roof. "Aunt Madeline, Jesus, I forgot about her." Get in the basement and find weapons. "Someone yelled that." Maybe Max. Eric and I were sprinting to the guest house. She had fallen asleep on her couch. There was no time to explain. We ordered her to get dressed, but as soon as we were about to leave, The raven perched up on the tree between the houses. Eric was motionless. I remember seeing his hands tremble. He wouldn't move. Red eyes, it has red eyes, doesn't it? He asked me. I nodded. I see it now, he whispered. I never asked Eric if he remembered any of this. Never asked anyone. Never even told my therapist. Writing it down here is the first time I came to grips with everything. Even now, with all these stark and vivid memories, I can't help but question if I'm remembering things correctly. Did all of this really happen, or am I having some kind of episode? It's the first time I've been having doubts. I know something weird happened, no doubt. But the raven, the shadow, the thing on the roof, that's too much of a stretch, right? Reading back on what I wrote so far, everyone's memories seem rational. Nobody has outright mentioned the raven or Jake or anything unusual, except me. But it also occurs to me that I've never asked Aunt Madeline what she remembers. She remembers a lot. The night Eric and I ran over, she remembers being told to stay away from the window, that Eric and I talked about the snow. I guess she thought we were trying to protect her from a storm. She never mentioned that Eric was holding a gun, but she did tell me. The two of you looked so scared. I pressed her on it. She remembered Eric was telling me he saw something, like a spider, bunched up in the corner of the neighbor's bedroom. It lunged out and tried to bite him, then she told me. I remember the raven. It was watching us the whole night. For the first time, I got very emotional. I asked her to describe it, and she said, it had a funny-looking head. I almost cried. My legs went limp. My stomach sank. I didn't feel so alone anymore. But I can't dwell on my feelings right now. I need to get all of this down quickly. Aunt Madeline told me that the next day we were all startled awake by a howl. She called it a banshee howl. I don't remember that. I need a walk, a shower, something to help me meditate. The it's coming back to me. I remember a little bit now. The sound. That horrible sound on the TV. And the wolf, no, it was all the animals, but first we saw the wolf. We all woke up from that howl. We were about to leave for the other house. I couldn't find my boots, and Aunt Madeline didn't know what was happening. Eric was waving to Max across the driveways. We grabbed her things and left, but when we stepped outside into that unnaturally still landscape, we saw it a big, gray wolf standing there at the edge of the driveway, staring at us with burning red eyes. It wasn't trying to hurt us, not yet at least. Maybe it was trying to keep us from running, wanted us all in one spot. I glared at it the whole time we walked over. It was so still, like a statue. It never blinked, ears never moved. Never flinched, just very quiet and still. And its head, something about its head. Bad head. When we got inside, it felt like a family reunion. Or at least that's how I remember it. For a brief moment, we probably could have convinced ourselves that everything was normal. Everyone was smiling, I was smiling. We were all just so happy to see each other, I think. It felt like when Eric and I were kids again, that warm, reassuring feeling when the door to your friend's house opens, and it's like a holiday or a birthday. And you know the day is going to be perfect, because you get to spend it with all your friends and family. Sitting by the TV playing games, feeling like everything will be all right. Seeing your friends smile, knowing you'll always stick together, that's how it felt. Levity, calmness, security, and then it shattered. Something was banging wildly on the deck door. God, that deep hollow sound, we all ran to the living room. We couldn't believe it. It was Nick. He was on the verge of tears, whimpering something. There was ice all over his face. He looked sullen and weak, eyes bloodshot and fatigue. Eric and Max practically dragged him inside. We were all asking questions. Finally, Nick spoke it. Everyone is gone. Those were his words exactly. They feel like needles in my mind. The way he said it, almost like he had given up. I don't know what he meant by it. If he meant the other neighbors, his parents, or the whole town, I don't know. I wish I did. There's a part of me that believes he meant everyone. Like we were the only ones left in the world. Everyone was arguing again. And then it happened. The TV just flipped on, this horrible screeching alert blaring at us. The screen was blue, and it lit up the whole house. There was weird white and red text. It was the emergency alert system. It said something. What did it say? Something about the snow. Or was it the weather? The power came on, but only for the TV. How? Why? It wanted us to stay inside, but why? The red text, our names, our full names, were in Ibiad text, wasn't for the county or the town, it was only for us. Now, I remember what it said. What the voice on the TV told us, do not engage them, they are not animals. We were all so scared. Jake was trying to say something. What was it? Bedroom. Oh, God, the window in the bedroom broke. It was in the house. I remember we were all staring at the bedroom hallway. Its shadow was moving along the wall. It was getting closer. Then someone shouted, "We have to leave now." We all stormed out of the house as fast as we could. We didn't even grab our coats. Eric still had the gun. Where were we going? What the hell did we think we were doing? The road. I remember the road that stretched into town. That's right, we were trying to get to the city. I remember struggling through the snow. It was so thick and high. The wind was blowing hard snow everywhere. And then we saw the van, Brian's van. Oh God, I remember. Sherry was screaming. The van door was torn open. Brian was crumpled in the corner of the cab. Half of him was missing. Face, stomach, chest, all scooped out. Everyone was shouting and arguing and crying. Then Jake said something. He pointed his fingers at the clearing. Bad head, he said quietly. Then we all saw it. Maybe it's my foggy memory, or perhaps it was the snowy wind that day, but I can barely remember how it looked. It was human, but its head was stretched out like an oval, and lumpy, a bad head. And then it changed. It hunched over and fell to its knees and hands. When it emerged from the snowy gales, it was a wolf, and it had those awful red eyes. I remember that moment now, clear as day. The wind was so fierce, the snow made everything look solid white. And Nick, I think I know what happened to him. Jet to the police. Call for help. He yelled. Eric was holding him back. Nick pulled out his knife and nipped Eric's wrist. He let him go, and just like that, Nick charged into the snow, ready to kill it. Maybe he said something else, but I can't remember anymore. That was the last we saw him. I haven't breathed a word about this to anyone. Mostly because I'm not even sure if it's real. I'm still afraid I might be losing it. How can I even prove any of this? What's the first step? Are the mittens enough? How do you come to terms with something like this? Maybe pieces of things here, and there are real, the snow, the raven Nick, the TV, and the rest is like a nightmare my brain invented to help me cope with something horrific. I found clever ways to ask everyone if they remembered anything unusual. I asked if anyone remembered leaving the house, if they remembered a weather alert. So far, nothing. But then I asked my mom. She wasn't even there. Yet she remembered something very important. She picked me up from the hospital. Aunt Madeline apparently suffered a minor stroke at the neighbor's house. She was taken to Samaritan Hospital in Watertown. I asked my mom if she knew whether or not they flew her in from somewhere, and she told me. Eric moved to Watertown. Why would they fly her in? I felt my stomach turn. Whoever picked Aunt Madeline up, they deliberately took her to Watertown to perpetuate the lie that Eric and his family moved to Watertown instead of Plattsburgh. But why? I think I need to call the hospital. I feel so anxious right now. My head is swirling. I called the hospital and a nurse picked up. They don't keep records past 10 years. But I mentioned the name Madeline Hervey, and there was a long pause before the nurse said, "This is Og." She sounded uncomfortable. Then she put me on a 20-minute hold. When the line picked back up, it wasn't the nurse, it was that same electronic voice that spoke to us on the TV. I almost dropped the phone. It said, "Enter passcode." I immediately hung up. After about 10 minutes of catching my breath, I called back, but the line disconnected. I called Aunt Madeline and asked who her insurance provider was. Blue Cross, and I inquired about the EMT report. I don't think I'm crazy anymore. I can't be. The report said that she was found unconscious outside on her way to check the generator. The generator. That would be in our state of panic. We all ran to Nick's house. He was the only one on the block who had his generator outside. I'm trying to think. I thought we were running to town. Why did we go to Nick's? Eric was pretty shaken up when I told him about Aunt Madeline's stroke. He doesn't remember any of it. I guess he's talking to his family about it. Maybe I need to think through everything myself. I'm still shaking that voice. I hate to slip down the conspiracy slope, but maybe I'm in one. I remember now. I kept thinking about the snow and how unnatural it seemed. The texture, the brightness, it felt so weird, like it wasn't really snow, but this substance. Then I remembered things behaved differently in the snow. We were running into town, we lost sight of the road. It just disappeared. We kept running in a straight line, hoping we'd hit town eventually. But we didn't. We hit Nick's house instead. I don't understand how that's possible. The road into town extended in the opposite direction of Nick's house. It's almost like we never left the backyard. We were trapped in a loop of white emptiness. I remember trees, we were running through trees. It was chasing us. I saw glimpses of it. This dark, shapeless thing bolting through the woods, not making a sound. The gun. Eric tried to shoot it. We all ran inside. Basement. Max was yelling, but I don't remember what happened after that. Wait, I do remember one thing from that night. I was in the corner of the basement, next to the boiler, next to the board game shelf, Most Trap. I was crying. Eric was yelling at me. Why was he yelling at me? Something doesn't add up. Everything is falling apart. I need to write this down. I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm at my wit's end. Eric called me a few minutes ago, yelling at me, threatening to press charges. He told me never to talk to him or his family again. I asked why. I was so scared and confused. I didn't know what was happening. He was talking to other people in his family about Aunt Madeline's stroke, and one of them was shocked that he was still talking to me after I went crazy. I didn't know what the hell they were talking about, but Eric, he finally remembered that week. He told me that my dad drove me up there because I was having some kind of mental break, and his parents agreed to have me over for the winter holiday. I told him this sounded just as crazy, but he doubled down. He said that our arguments were always about him, that I apparently blamed him for moving away, for leaving me alone at school, for making new friends. He said I would have these episodes, these emotional fits, so erratic that Howard would order me to wait it out in the basement. You told me all you remembered was that book, Eric explained. It's because I would walk down there and find you staring at the bookshelf for hours. I tried pleading with him, but he didn't want to listen to me anymore. He said I was getting obsessive, kept asking, demanding the names of all of his friends, calling Sherry and Howard my mom and dad, that I threatened to ruin his life. I tried telling him that I would never dream of doing that, and then he finally mentioned the thing in the snow, Folia Deux. He said I was starting to see things, catastrophizing the blizzard, explaining it as some kind of celestial event, making up anything I could keep from leaving. On the seventh day, everyone was so scared and uncomfortable with me, they moved to the neighbor's house, and that Aunt Madeline, who he accused me of trying to kidnap, had a stroke. He called me a liar, said I was making up everything. He told me that Nick was just some figment of my imagination to project my feelings on. He said I emotionally abused his sister in law by making up the story about a kid she never had, knowing full well she was infertile and had a miscarriage. The last thing I said before he hung up was that my breakdowns, if they were true, still don't explain why none of us can remember anything from that week, or why we have mittens from a woman I was apparently making up. Eric hasn't talked to me since that phone call, and honestly, I'm too scared to reach back out. I just want to leave him alone, figure this out myself, maybe try calling back when everything makes sense. It's been a month now since that phone call. Almost a year since I've been writing everything down. I've been doing everything I could to try and remember what happened on that final day, but nothing I tried worked. Then out of nowhere, I think it came to me as a dream. It's the strangest thing. Last night I was ruminating on everything, trying to focus on certain objects, certain smells, voices, and I remember everything being quiet for most of the day. We were too afraid to go upstairs, I think. All of us were bundled up in blankets. None of us talked to each other. So I fell asleep last night thinking about all of this. Then I had my dream, my nightmare. I woke up screaming. I'll write down as much as I can remember from it. We were all bundled up in the basement. Everything was quiet. Jake was asleep for most of it. Sherry had the idea of starting a fire using one of the stove pots, but that meant going upstairs. I guess Eric and I volunteered because we were quietly and carefully walking up the stairs to the kitchen. We snagged a pot and the grill lighter, and right as we turned back to the basement, We saw a line of animals: deer, foxes, wolves, owls, bears, squirrels. There were dozens of them all standing on the deck, still as can be, just staring at us. They look like animals, but they're not. I couldn't believe how many there were, and they all had burning red eyes. They didn't try to break in, they were just watching us, seeing what we would do. Jesus, we'll never get out of here, Eric murmured before we ran back to the basement. I don't know what we did for the rest of the day. My dream sort of compressed all that time into a few seconds. All I remember was opening my eyes to find Eric lurching over me, gesturing me to be quiet. Max had the gun. He was in the hall. Eric then mouthed, it's down here." I was hyperventilating. My dream gets very fuzzy after this, almost like I had water in my eyes. I remember seeing something move in the shadows. It was walking down the stairs. Max backed up into our room with the gun aimed. He kicked the door shut. Then a loud crunch, the door was gone. Ripped right off. Everyone was screaming. Max was trying to shoot it. I could almost see what it looked like from all the gun flashes. Tall, human, but its head, it was stretched out and bubbly. It was marching right at me. Max and Howard and Eric were trying to stop it, but they couldn't. It was too strong, too tall. Sherry and Aunt Madeline were screaming. Rebecca was crying, squeezing Jake. I had my eyes closed, and then I felt it breathing right on my face. I opened my eyes and I saw its face. I swear to God, its face, its human face, was sideways. Its mouth looked like an open gash with broken teeth, and its eyes were glowing red orbs. My vision was so blurry, like I was drunk, but I could still see it. I don't get it. The harder I try and remember what it looked like, the more it feels like I'm forgetting it. Then its hand reached out to grab me, and I flinched back. I wasn't ready to be taken, but when I opened my eyes again, its arm was stretched across my face. It didn't want me, it wanted Jake. Then it took him. Rebecca was screaming. Everyone tried to stop it. I was useless, too scared to move. Howard grabbed the burning pot and held it up to the sprinkler. "The fire department will come," he was yelling. It cradled Jake, and before it left, it looked back at me and sneered as if it knew it won. I felt its red eyes burning against my face. Then I rubbed the tears out of my eyes and saw the red lights of the ambulance. And then I woke up. I'm at a loss for words. I feel so scared right now. I didn't want to believe the dream, but it all felt so real. I swear I could almost feel its skin. Something horrible happened, something weird, unnatural, and whatever attacked you said it also took Jake. It had to God. Something took Jake. It was eyeing him from the beginning, and then it took him. It just took him. I can't explain it. Even after all of this bullshit therapy and memory exercises, I'm nowhere closer to the truth than when I started. The memory loss, the snow, the animals, none of it makes sense, and I can't rationally explain it, and it's driving me crazy. The only proof is those mittens, but it's not enough. We saw something we weren't supposed to. And people are going to extreme lengths to hide the truth from us. I need those medical records. Oh God, I feel like I'm back on the slope again. I'm starting to think Eric was right, that I had some kind of episode. I'm driving up to Plattsburgh. I'm going to that neighborhood. It's the only thing I can do now. The neighborhood is exactly what it looked like on Street View. It's all here. I almost can't believe it. Different people live here. Now lived here for decades, they told me. It doesn't make sense. Why do I remember this place so vividly then? I asked the people living in Eric's presumably old home if I could see their backyard, and they were nice enough to let me. It felt like yesterday that I was there. The pond, the bridge, the big tree with the ice. Then I saw the little patch of forest that divided the property from the Marlings. I remembered running through with everyone. That's where Eric tried to shoot it and missed. He missed and hit a tree. I pulled his bullet out of the trunk. It's in my hand right now. I'm trembling. I don't know where to go from here. And what scares me most isn't that it happened. I know that now. It's that I feel myself forgetting again. My memory is fading. Pretty soon, all I'll be able to remember is seeing something in the snow,